my god, without love it cannot be seen. Oh my god, welcome to the final episode of Pier Plays Umineko. Have you watched this far? Have you dealt with me hitting the mic for over 250 hours of recorded content? Wow, you probably should subscribe to me, or like me, or follow me on Twitter. That would be really cool if you did that. If you watched this Let's Play, and you dealt with all the goofy shit. That would be super cool if you did that. I think giving me money is actually like super justified and just, and like without love it can't be seen, dog. And you know what else can't be seen? My bank account, because that shit's broke as fuck. Just saying. I can't force you, but like, damn. Oh yeah, I'm being goofy. So today, obviously the last tea party. I have coffee though, so I'm kinda cheating. But whatever, it's fine. It's magic. It's magically tea. We'll finish episode 8, the tea parties, and also because my wonderful, hold on, I have to pause this for a second. Pause the music. Because my wonderful subscriber for many months, I think like 3 months, Sid Salander, suggested that we watch a, adaptation of The Confession of the Golden Witch, which will be about an hour at the end whenever I'm done with everything. So that'll be my experience. Anyway, back to the music. Oh wait, hold up, back to Endless 9. Well, I need to get a new fucking plug for this monitor. I keep talking about this. I think I have one, to be honest, but I'm just too lazy. Okay, wait. I'm gonna wait for the song to end. I'm gonna put my whole, like, redussy into this. I'm gonna read this probably harder than I've read anything else in Umineko. Like, I'm really gonna fucking try. I'm gonna, like, be loud and obnoxious. And, like, because it's the last time I'm gonna voice these characters for the first time. So I kind of miss it. Oh, God, I love it. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind today. I fucking know it. I can see it in the freaking, like, in the, like, augury. I can see that shit. I just want to see. I think where we left off, it was a Lambda scene. Some more weird. I don't know. Lambda and Burn are super weird. They kind of give me the ick. They're kind of freaky. Like, I don't like them. They're bizarre. Their relationship is like kind of weird. I don't really know how they love each other, but like, I think they've just got to do what makes them happy, and I'm not gonna judge. Also, my big question right now is just interpreting the Hachijo Toya plotline with Angie, and kind of like trying to take a lot of this World of Illusion stuff and recontextualize it to make a clear beginning to end story for Angie, who I believe has become Umineko's main character. following all this cat boxery. I probably have to drink a cup of this coffee black too. I'm not a creamer. Well, I have a little left for my second cup, but for my third cup, it's gonna be fucked. So maybe just drinking black coffee. With love, it can be seen. I wish I had given an exact time. I didn't. I probably should have. But it was just depending on when I was going to wake up. So bear with me. Okay, that's that. Well, let's finish this game. That is... I forgot I did this. I was really setting myself up for a fun surprise. Okay. These two witches, who possessed power on an entirely different level, may have been great start. May have been truly equal in strength. The battle could only be resolved by mutual consent if one of them lost interest or found some reason for wanting to lose. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding a bit, they were absolutely and completely equal. Oh my god, yes. Lambda Delta, I'm glad to have you as a friend. Damn it, just a bit longer! Fall apart already, stupid magic circle! Battler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue to watch over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the pair of them still felt relief, if only a little. Lambda Delta really was strong. Even in a battle this spectacular, she fought on an even footing. No, if you considered how confident each side looked, she seemed to have a slight advantage in Battler's eyes. She would probably manage to buy them enough time. Angie would take the key and return to the Golden Land. They just had to endure a bit longer. I'm still a little sick, too. My nose is still a little stuffy, so... However, they had no way of knowing what Lambda Delta's fate would be after this. She disobeyed the Senate, the highest level witches in existence. Something brutal probably awaited her. However, knowing this, Angie had to step forward into the future, without looking back. That was the single duty given to her, the Witch of the Future. Oni-chan, what's that? Something's coming towards us from a long way away. Crap! Are they enemy reinforcements? Lambda Delta and Burn Castle were glaring at each other, so they didn't notice. Oh, fuck. Heading towards them from the distance were several emerald green glints. That light proved that they were enemies. But there's only a few of them. It won't be a match for Lambda Delta. All of the cats so far seemed like fish in a school, giving the impression that they'd be terrifying as a group, but not much of a problem by themselves. However, there was something different about the lights approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful, ordered formation, like a constellation. Battler quickly realized that this was something new. Oh my days. Hello, Hoshi Kuzu. My Miko. Isn't it about time to prepare the key? Oh god! Oh no! Some fucky shit. It's Featherine. Just by her tone, Battler is able to tell how great a witch this was. I don't think Battler's ever met Featherine. So this is going to be interesting. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. It looked as though great overlords from many worlds had been transformed into cats, leaving only their capes untouched. What Battler imagined was quite true. That was exactly what had happened. These were the overlords from many worlds that formed Featherine's personal guard. Their bodies took the form of cats merely as a sign of respect to their master, who took the form of a human. These were entirely different from the pack of wild cats that served Burncastle. Aurora. Oh, is it that time already? Ow, Aurora. When holding a party, it's important to keep your guests waiting for a fitting amount of time. It is, however, not something I am particularly fond of. As she said this, her eyes flicked to Lambda Delta. Do house in Fata Morgana? I don't know what that is. Oh, my next game is gonna be Disco Elysium. Though thank you for the recommendation. Oh, it's another visual novel. Maybe I'll have to give it a try then. Is it though? I'll keep it in my like to-do list. My ever-growing to-do list. Oh yeah, the thing. Thank you. Oh, that's called backlogged, right? I think I have one, but I've like maybe used it for like 30 seconds. Oh, I am not IMDb or oh god, I'm blanking. Forgive me. Alright, I feel really bad for whatever's about to happen to Lambda Delta. The latter bowed hurriedly. The Lambda Delta grinned. She was also sweating, her brow furrowed with tension. Oh, Metacritic. Okay. How long has it been, Lady Lambda Delta? It's a pleasure to see you, great Lady Aurora. Ooh. That's because, like, books are actually fucking awesome. That's why it's so high scored. And visual novels are just like a great way that you've only read one episode. Ooh. Half an episode. But you really liked it though, right? Or not? Oh, okay, you just started it. Okay. This is no place to entertain one of your position. Did you get lost on your way to the party? If so, allow me to guide you there myself. Okay. That would be an honor, great Lady Aurora. Featherine Augustus Aurora, the legendary Great Witch. It is said that she surpassed the level of witches, becoming a creator. And that, upon reaching this forbidden plane, she was cursed with a deadly ailment. However, in life, she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say that this second witch wanders the Sea of Fragments endlessly. Searching for any fragment that can revive her master from the pits of death called boredom, if only for a moment. Yeah, this game reminds me a lot of, Slay the Princess was one that this game reminded me a lot of. That's one I would recommend. And so, the cat revived her master. revived the sacred witch who had reached heights none should reach. Just as witches look down at and mock humans from a higher world, calling them pieces on a game board, so she looks down at and mocks the realm of witches from an even higher world, calling them pieces on a game board. If a witch's strength is measured by the height of the world they are capable of reaching, then she was like a witch come back from the realm of the gods, one who had touched the highest, forbidden heights and survived. Was there any chance of winning against her? No. Lambda Delta was unable to choose either victory or defeat by her own will. My Miko, would you mind playing with your friend some other time and getting back to work now? Prepare the key. Okay. That simple, naive way cats forget their errand, and part way is their true charm. Don't you think so, Lady Lambda Delta? Lambda Delta didn't say anything, but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed that the key's seal would dissolve at any second. However, Burncastle would probably find Battler and Angie before that. Once they got their hands on the key, they could leave this place immediately. Of course, this was assuming that they did so before Burncastle and Featherine found them. Burncastle mustn't be allowed to move from this spot. Looks like game over, Lambda. I am the Miko of the Great Witch Aurora. You haven't forgotten that the realm of theater-going bestows her protection upon her reader Mikos, have you? Lambda Delta still stood slumped over, without answering. The Witch of Theater-going gave protection to her reader Mikos. If Lambda Delta attacked Burncastle, who was Aurora's Miko, then the Great Witch Aurora would follow her contract, prevent what she considered an attack against herself, and respond accordingly. Let's make a deal. What kind of deal? Where's Battler hiding? If you come clean, let all of this slide. Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny little piece like Battler? It's because I'm the Witch of Miracles. I'll never forget that even a little pebble like him is capable of creating a miracle. After all, there's a little pebble who got super promoted into a Witch of Miracles. I'll ask one more time, where is Battler? Too bad, Lambda. It looks like that's your answer. Burncastle turned her back on Lambda Delta. Then, she told her master that she was leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room. If I let her go any further, she'll find Battler and Angie. Battler readied himself. This time, it was his turn to become a sacrifice. Even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out an eye. A candy firework exploded right in front of Burncastle. Come on, just buy a little time. Little more. Lambda, you really are a moron. Lambda Delta! Now I've done it. Angie. The rest is up to you. The cat overlords changed their formation, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Featherine. Then, each of them drew the most terrifying magic circles from their respective worlds and began to chant. I am slightly confused, both by you, my Miko, and Lady Lambda Delta. What sort of sideshow is this? It looks like Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key. Oh. And what would the point of that be, I wonder? If you still don't get the point, then you must be getting a bit tipsy, Featherine. Looks like you need a pick-me-up. Lambda Delta bluffed as well as she could. Her fingertips were shaking slightly. An attack against a Miko is considered to be an attack against her master. You should know this as well as anyone, correct? I know it. And going by that rule, looks like the two of us are gonna have to fight. Oh. Have I or my Miko caused insult in any way? If so, then please accept my apologies. But could you tell me one thing? I didn't think you had a Miko at the moment. How long have you had one? As for that, I've got a ton of them already. 30 or 40, I think. Maybe even more. I, Lambda Delta, will handle any fight picked against one of my Mikos, no matter who the opponent is. All of them are certain that a happy ending will come. As a witch of certainty, I can't abandon people who work hard and believe certainty like that. I can't say I dislike this tale of yours. It would be worthy of my viewing. The most epic fight in visual novels incoming. Oh, fuck yes. We love that. However, I am not a spectator at the moment, but a performer. I know that you are my Miko's close friend, so I will give you one warning. Remove yourself from this stage. I will prepare a special seat for you in my audience seating. I've been thinking about which is more interesting, your tale or the one I've been watching. And your conclusion? Battler's tale is 100 times better. Sorry, but I'll be getting best supporting actress this year. Hey, you guys, you better vote for me in the last chat character popularity contest, okay? Yes, Lambda. At least get me in the top 5. Got it? Yes, Lambda. Who are you talking to? Me. As Lambda Delta pretended to joke around, she calmly focused on the one weak point she could see. If she had a chance for a single attack, then a 1 in a billion shot at victory existed. It was that horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around Featherine's head. Oh, is that what that is? I feel like they said that before. Did they? I don't remember. Without that, she couldn't preserve her own existence. Destroying it was impossible, but if Lambda Delta could just jar it enough, she might be able to make it bug out. So maybe that has to deal with, like, something with, like Hachijo Toya being Angie possibly having that head injury. Like, that could be what that's kind of going for, if that makes sense. At least once in the past, Featherine's memory device had been damaged and her personality and appearance had changed. However, she was aware of that herself. Yeah, they said that was like a whole thing. Hachijo Toya was Angie. I don't know, it was really weird. And Hachijo Toya is actually Hachijo Ikuko. It's a whole thing. Probably wouldn't let that happen again no matter what. I'm not really sure how to... I don't even know how to, like, fathom it. I really don't. I really was gonna take the whole thing and forget about it, because I really feel like I didn't get it at the time I was reading it. But there was, like, this thing where Angie had jumped, and then she was, like, chilling out on the pavement. Toya is Battler. Okay. Really? You're serious? Hold up, I gotta keep reading then. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna have to proclaim that shit in the Red Truth for a while here, so let me get to it. However, she was aware of that herself, and probably wouldn't let that happen again no matter what. Very well, Lady Lambda Delta. When you've finished your script, feel free to send it in whenever you wish. Your script is simple. One line. The fantastic, cute Lambda Delta shopper took out the evil mastermind Aurora in a single shot. Lambda, I never realized how stupid you were. The cats need not interfere. I will personally reward Lady Lambda Delta for the courageous tale she has submitted. Yeah. Was it very obvious to me? You will be granted a fitting tale, and a fitting end for your bravery. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. Look, I'm gonna cast a magic spell and pretend I never saw that fucking message. Boom. Forgive me, but... Then the world's time stopped. Your script will not be used. After all, rather than time stopping, it was more like flipping the pages of a book. Though, it was more like flipping pages of a book that had stopped. I still have no means by how that could be possible, by the way, so... In this motionless world, closely packed letters appeared. The one writing the rest of the script is me. It was a tale that had been written up to this very moment. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. That was where the paragraph ended. In this frozen world, Featherine sat with her arms crossed. How troublesome. It's been so long since I've written a fight scene. How annoying to have to suddenly write up in a development like this. When I get stuck writing, I try to write in reverse. In other words, instead of starting at the beginning, I start at the end and go backwards from there. That way, it's easier to set up foreshadowing, and I can write the story with my vision for the end in mind. The only downside is that I have to suddenly start at the climax without setting up the story first. In the meantime, I'll start at the end of the fight and go back from there. Lady Lambda Delta. This is where you lose to me and die? No, 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 no! As Featherine said this, words were added to the massive group of letters that filled the frozen world. However, she was starting from the end, so there was a large gap between the words and the old ones. So how will you lose to me? You should probably have a heroic end to suit your bravery. How about this? Lambda Delta gets blasted away by something, slammed against the bookshelf, and her limbs are snapped off as she dies and disappears into the darkness below. Yes, quite a flashy way to go. Good. For now, that's how your final moments will be. The blanks in the outline Featherine spoke of were being filled up. At the same time, Lambda Delta's figure was wiped out. After crossing her arms and thinking again, Featherine pointed in a random direction. Lambda Delta appeared, blasted away by something, and slammed spread-eagled against the bookshelf Featherine pointed at. Well now, I must write up a fierce battle that leads to this end. But as you probably can tell, I'm a little tipsy at the moment. I'll fill that part in later, when I have some time to go over it, nice and slowly. For now, let me off with this. I promise to add in a heroic fight to your liking later on. Featherine snapped her fingers. Lambda Delta had no idea what was going on. Before she could even blink, she was suddenly here, being slammed against a bookshelf. What is this? Why did I read it like that? I fucked that up really bad. She couldn't comprehend the stump thing that Featherine had killed her with. However, it was only natural. After all, Featherine herself hadn't decided what the something was. However, Lambda Delta did understand one thing. She was already dead. Streams of blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. No. Then lines of blood appeared on her wrists and ankles, her elbows and knees. She looked like a marionette doll of herself. Oh no. What killed me? Precisely, Lady Lambda Delta. Let me know if you have any good ideas. No! Lambda! Rest in peace. You monster. Still pinned against the bookshelf, Lambda Delta let her head slump. Her wrists, ankles, legs, arms, and neck each split into a separate part, and the marionette shaped like her lost its strings, falling in pieces into the depths below. My favorite character's fucking dead. I'm sad. What the fuck? Nothing remained. It was all swallowed up by the darkness beneath them. A monster, she says. Quite a compliment for one such as I. Lambda Delta. Angie, don't look! You can't look! Shedding frustrated tears, Angie closed her eyes tight. She must not look. The Witch of the Future must not accept Lambda Delta's defeat. She hasn't kicked it yet. She was brave, and that's all we need to know. I know Lambda Delta would never lose. Wait, I can't do a good pop. There we go. That's a good pop. At that moment, there was a slight sound, and the golden key that hung in the air shook. The seal had finally broken. Battler grabbed it immediately. However, at exactly the same moment, a magical tremor spread throughout the vast key room. Huh? Is that right? What? The tremor seemed to have shaken something inside my pocket. Oh no! That's bad. I stuck my hand in and found that the fragment Lambda Delta had given us to return to the Golden Land had shattered. Fuck. Damn it! Lambda's fragment is... You were so close, too. Now there's nowhere to run. Burnt Castle? If Lambda had been a little cleverer, she probably could have bought you 5 more seconds. Then, you would have taken that key and escaped to the Golden Land. Looks like the Miko suffers too when their master's a fool. Okay, shoot. That's an odd question, yes? Why wouldn't I? I feel like it's a very... Who's against gender equality? Who's... Okay. Oh. Featherine quietly showed her surprise. To truly surprise her was no easy task. What the fuck? Holy shit! Damn, that's gender... Is that gender equality? Battler, you just can't... What the fuck? Holy shit! She's like 3 apples tall, Battler. What the fuck? You can't just do that. You see, it would be gender equal if he didn't hit her so hard and he just hit her hard enough to, like, I don't know, like tell her to fuck off. I wish this was Erica instead. If this was Erica instead, I'd be totally okay with it. But since it's just Burn, I'm just like, okay, geez. These witches aren't just supposed to, like, fight with, like, fists. They're supposed to use, like, silly magic. Battler just freaking absolutely, like, punching her shit in is, like, so freaking, like, anti-magic. Yeah, she does. I totally disagree. You know what? Maybe you're right, because maybe Erica would like it. And that's like the gross thing about Erica. I don't know. She just has total fucking freakazoid particles in her. She's like a total nut. The Witch of Miracles, who boasted that no one could even step on her shadow unless she wished it, fell. After taking Battler's right fist to her face, she fell. That is like the most, like, hilariously fucking... Oh my god. It's just funny. I wasn't expecting Battler to do that. Burncastle's body immediately split into dust and reconstructed itself in front of Battler, as though nothing had happened. How did you shrug that off? Yeah, however, she was holding her cheek. She couldn't undo the fact that she had been hit. For the first time in 100 years, she had let someone tread on her shadow without her consent. Her face was gradually filled with shock. And Battler's, it couldn't be seen. His outstretched right arm was blocking it, so his expression couldn't be seen. He's fucking laughing. He thinks this is fucking funny. What? Take it back. Take it back. Take what back? She didn't let the next strike hit her. Burncastle vanished like mist, then reappeared a short distance away. However, Battler only missed by a hair's breadth. Okay, they always say that phrase. I feel like Umineko could go... My actual real criticism of Umineko is that I feel like it does need some redrafting. I think the person who translated it, or even, it might just be because of just the writing style itself. There's so much repetition in the phrases, and I don't like it. That's like me being super nitpicky. Not because she had intentionally made that happen, but for real. It hurts, it hurts. Finally, she truly began to feel the pain of being punched in the face. For too many years, she had forgotten the very concept of pain. Very, very slowly, it was coming back to her. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts! Arrgh! Yeah, it hurts! Burncastle writhed in anguish, holding her cheek. That feeling, forgotten for centuries, seemed to be hitting home hard. Battler looked at her. Their eyes met. Once again, Burncastle remembered the emotion she had forgotten for hundreds of years. Does it hurt? The pain you caused by ridiculing my friend is greater than that. And then she shuddered. What Battler saw before his eyes was Burncastle shuddering for the first time in centuries. To Burncastle's eyes, it hadn't even looked like Battler was rushing at her and punching. It was as though she had been sucked towards where he stood, with his furious fists raised. When her eyes had opened wide in terror, Battler's massive fist had been all that she could see. Jesus Christ. Of course he wasn't capable of hitting her. I don't know, I just saw he was pretty fucking capable of hitting her. Berncastle was just like a shadow. She dodged by moving instantly and leaving an after image, but mere teleportation wasn't enough to escape Battler's furious pursuit. True, trying to hit Bern was like enviously trying to hit the reflection of the moon on water with the reflection of the moon. Fuck, that is trying to hit. It was like enviously trying to hit the reflection of the moon on water with a stone. No matter how often you hit it, you could never smash the moon's reflection. However, Battler hit it, and again, over and over. Oh my god, it's gonna be like fucking Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Get. He's just like, it's like when Dunk is like beating the shit out of Aryan Brightflame. That's what this is giving. To prevent the moon from showing on the water's surface again, a fiercely thrown pebble sent ripples across the water's surface. It broke through the moon's reflection, broke through the water's surface itself, leaving even the bottom of the pond bare, breaking through everything. His certain willpower broke through to a miracle. Dude, I think he just beat the shit out of fucking Bern, but whatever. I think it's kind of a backwards kick that Battler shot out without even looking behind him, split through empty space. In that space, Berncastle reappeared with a foot in her gut. Gah. Take back your insults against our brave friend. You know, if Berncastle hadn't fucked all this up, they could have just been friends and chilled. The Witch of Miracles fell. For the second time, she fell. Very good. Once, it would have been a miracle. Things that happen more than once aren't miracles anymore. Very good. Again. Berncastle understood. Battler was capable of hitting her. Then, she fell, was slammed against the floor, got up on her hands and knees, and vomited! She's eating so much shit. That's so fucked. I'm trying to imagine this in my head. It's just, it's a bit much. She threw up violently over and over. Her face was covered with pain and vomit and tears and snot. Oh my god. She just needs a fucking breath mint right now. She's so fucked. Then she looked up at Battler with a furious expression and howled. And she wasn't howling at Battler. Aurora! Your Miko is getting beat the fuck up! What are you standing around watching for? Take him out! Forgive me, but I am busy writing Lady Lampedelpha's final moments right now. I cannot come to your aid. Why don't you all give her a hand? Featherine's guard, the cat overlords, now formed a different constellation. Then, each drew a magic circle and began chanting. Please don't hurt me anymore. You know what? Each of these cats is the final form of a main character, each from a game like yours. Everyone acted the main part in their heroic tale, and the story of their bravery was given honor, allowing them to become Aurora's guards. Each one of them fought for the very existence of their country, their planet, and their universe. What about you? At best, you've just been playing around with your little sister and some imaginary witch. You're not gonna, like, keep kicking and punching the fuck out of me. These main characters are on a totally different level from you. Eat this and die. Take it to the gut, scum. Oni-chan! There are many spectacular magical spells depicted the beginning of a universe, the creation of planets, their destruction, and the universe's end, all in an instant. After that, not a speck of... How would you even animate that? Not even a speck of dust should have remained. However, when the smoke cleared, there was a person standing there. Oh my god, at Battler, you fucking are aura farming. Okay. With its hands in its pockets and its head hanging quietly. Its face was in shadows and couldn't be seen. Yeah, I get that now, because how do you just draw that? Like, oh yeah, they just fired, like, the complete creation and destruction of the world on him. Deal with it. What the hell? Battler seemed to be completely uninjured. Not only were his clothes not burnt, but his hair hadn't even been disturbed. What the hell? Stupid cats. That didn't work at all. The cat overlords silently shook their heads, sending a short report to their master. Endless 9. What did you say? It seems that no... What does Endless 9 even mean? Why do they keep saying that? Like, actually. It seems that no one can interfere with their tale. Forgive me, my Miko. It would appear that the cats have reached their limit. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, I get it. I get what that means. Yeah, 99.9999, and it's endless. Yeah, I see. Thank you. And you call yourself an overlord of many worlds? Weren't you all once main characters on different game boards? And this is the best you can do? You're pathetic. The cats knew from the very beginning. They had known that they wouldn't be able to do anything with him as the main character of this game board. My Miko. Creating a tale on the game board is a privilege granted only to the game master. That has already been established, so I must respect that rule, being the mere writer I am. I shall return to my position as spectator. You useless master! Battler, I apologize for the insults your friend suffered at the hands of my Miko, and I see that the right to lead your game belongs to you, the game master. You shall weave your own game. That is as it should be. However, my Miko is now a game master in your game. It seems the two of you opened the game board at the same time. It is rare to have two masters for a single game. This miracle pleases me. After all, I can rest assured that this will make for a proper final game for you both. Stand up, Castle. I see. So you're saying that if two game masters are going to fight, they have to do it by the rules of the game. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Castle slowly got to her feet and made her body melt away like a mist. Then she appeared in the air once again, facing Battler. Very well. I'll fight the rules of your game board. However, I'm not as easygoing as you all are. So I'll start with a short-tempered, overwhelming puzzle and end this in an instant. Who will be my opponent? I don't mind if you both get me on at once. Oni-chan, I'll fight too. Stay back. Why? Watch from here. And this time, understand what I wanted to teach you. Oni-chan. Are you happy with this, Aurora? I shall be your witness. If you defeat my Miko, I promise to return you all to the Golden Land. Assuming that the Golden Land still exists, that is. I believe in them. That's right. Beato and all the others won't lose. It's not looking good, gang. It's not looking good there. In that case, we'd better start with the bad news. Erica, you can make your report now. Come. When Berncastle snapped her fingers, Erica appeared with a bow. Pardon me for the interruption, my master. Sorry, Erica. How inconsiderate of me to keep you waiting when you came bearing good news. No problem. Rejoice, my master. I have come to inform you of the complete destruction of the Golden Land. Liar! The Golden Land has been totally destroyed. I'm here to report that it's collapsed and fallen into the Sea of Nothingness. Not just the humans, but the illusions as well have been completely annihilated. Liar! I won't believe it! Then allow me to make you believe it. Take this, my master. Erica humbly presented an object wrapped in cloth. It shone with a golden light. What's this? A golden apple? This is the heart of Beatrice. I get that, though. Master of the Golden Land. Beato! Bro, they're fucking with Battler's wife now. Berncastle pinched it between two fingers, held it aloft, and gazed at it. Even like this, it's still beating. You're so cute, Beatrice. The game board that you are might be opened again by someone. You still believe that, don't you? It's okay, Oni-chan. We didn't see Beato get defeated. This is just some sort of trick they're using on us. A trick to make us lose our morale. Or maybe it's a trick of Beato's. She's changed herself to pretend she's been defeated. There's no way that Beatrice, that everyone, that the Golden Land could be destroyed. That's true. If the Witch of the Future believes that, you might be able to make it so. So, let me show you. Look closely. Witch of the Future from 1998. Berncastle threw the golden heart into the air like an apple. Then, with the blood-red blade of the scythe that appeared in her hand, she split it. No! What the fuck? Wait a minute, what the fuck? That's fucked. That's bullshit, I don't believe it. No! Beatrice died in October of 1986. Therefore, the Golden Land she created was completely destroyed. Your family that was kept alive in the Golden Land was destroyed along with it. Your father, mother, and of course Battler will never return to you again and will never speak your name again. Don't believe it, Angie. You need the gold truth. Gold truth this shit. The Witch of the Future has power to interpret things how she pleases and overwrite what happened. However, there's just one fact she can't overcome, no matter how much she struggles. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. And that is death. You cannot overcome any concept of death, be it physical or mental. It is the single blade of truth with which witches of the past can strike down witches of the future. Hang in there, Angie. But, You decided to accept it, didn't you? You decided to live on, even if no one came back alive, didn't you? I know, but even so, a tiny sliver of hope had remained inside Angie's heart. Despite everything, if she was favored by some miracle, maybe someone would come home after all. It doesn't matter when. It could be 10 years later or 50 years later. It doesn't even matter if they've forgotten my face. I believed that someone might come back someday. And I decided to live with that tiny hope in my heart. Even though I accepted everyone's death, even though I saw it in the Book of the Single Truth, I still thought that it wouldn't be so bad to believe in a miracle. Just a little. A miracle you believe in, even though you know it won't happen, is hope. So the witch who knew that miracles don't occur had ruthlessly torn that hope away. Don't cry. I know, but even the big brother you're crying into right now is already dead. Oni-chan isn't dead. He's here. Right here. Don't cry, Angie. But, don't cry. At Battler's shout, Angie bit back her tears. Why does it matter? What do we of the past mean to you living in the future? Angie, what sort of witch were you? Huh? Whether we're alive or dead means nothing to you. That's not true. I want you to live. That's not it. You can go beyond life and death, right? Angie didn't understand what he was telling her. So, stunned into silence, she frantically considered what her brother might be trying to say. Battler slowly lifted his face and stared at Berncastle. You are a witch. You're a reaper. That's right. I have the sickle that reaps all hopes and miracles, so I must be what you said. You're a reaper who stole away the hope that kept Angie alive and lured her towards death. You're the one who threw about truths of the past, stealing the future from Angie's eyes and forcing her to look only at the past. And you're the one who thrust the hope-crushing single truth in front of her, gently pushing her from behind as she, of her own accord, took that step from the skyscraper's roof and fell into the world of nothingness. But now I'll free Angie from the spell that you represent. Angie won't be trapped by the curse of the past anymore. She'll step forward into the future, but not into the emptiness of the abyss that you're trying to lure her into. Angie will live strong in the future starting in 1998. Humans are wretched creatures who walk into the future while staring back into the past. That's why they easily plummet into pitfalls and flip over like comical fools. Come, Berncastle, a witch of the past like you can't block the radiance of the future. Yes, let's go. Let's follow the rules of your game. I'll give you some closed-room riddles, but since I'm short-tempered, heavy-handed, and easily bored, I'll give you all of them at once. Wait, she's tall. What the fuck? She's not 3 apples tall. She looks very tall here. What? Why in this picture is she like 2 feet taller? Berncastle spread her hands, and it seemed as though a halo or angel wings were spreading out behind her. Each of the countless rays that spread out from her were the blue streaks of closed-room mystery blades. What the fuck is this? Berncastle, who had traveled the Sea of Fragments for many, many years, had gathered these countless closed-room mysteries as souvenirs from all over the place. All of those rays twisted at once and aimed towards Battler. It was as though infinite giant snakes had turned their heads to stare at him. If you fail to shoot down even a single puzzle, then this is goodbye. I'm not as forgiving as Beato, who gave you until October 5th at midnight to give your answer. If you don't answer immediately, you'll die. In other words, this was no mystery. This wasn't an intellectual game, but a merciless assault. Die. All at once, hundreds of guided lasers known as mysteries shot at Battler. The complex geometric figure drawn by those blue lasers was nothing but divinely beautiful. Okay. Each one was a mystery. Trying to solve each... Whoops. Fuck. Okay, hold up. It's chill. Trying to solve each one in this oppressive hailstorm would be like threading a storm of approaching needles. Battler flew freely through this vast space, dodging the beautiful blue streaks of mystery as he shot them down one after another. The entirety of the mystery knowledge he had built up before this day told him the answer to each puzzle. Each time his eyes glowed with the answer, one of those mysteries shattered. However, each mystery was only one out of hundreds. This hardly rose to a level of opposition or resistance. Oni-chan, it's impossible! Run! There is no unsolvable mystery, just like there is no inescapable fate. Oni-chan! Watch, Angie. Don't miss what I'm trying to show you. By now, the bundle of mysteries looked like one giant snake with blue streaming behind it. Battler skillfully dodged it, precisely splitting its many fangs off one by one. Even though he knew his resistance was useless, like trying to pick up all the grains of sand on a beach, one by one. Not bad. Classic mysteries were your specialty, right? Then what about twists on the jump? Let's see if you can handle more and more mysteries from all times and places. Even though Battler was still fighting the giant snake, wings appeared behind Burn once more. This is fucking insane. And they gave birth to 7 more huge snakes. It now looked like a great dragon with 7 heads. Ushiramiya Battler, it's true that you're a very avid reader and an expert on the mystery genre, but you're still young. There's a limit to how many books and mysteries you could have read. Learn that this world is filled with countless riddles and tricks you've never heard of. Oni-chan, you can't do this anymore! Please, just run away! You can't beat Burn Castle! Battler's expression remained calm. However, his whole body was covered with sweat, and he was breathing hard. Eric! I was gonna hang out with my friends tonight, so I wanted to stream this afternoon. Because I'm not working today, and I wasn't gonna do nothing. It was clear that he couldn't overcome this onslaught, though Battler himself refused to admit it. Battler wiped away his sweat and fixed his gaze on the 8 snake heads that surrounded him in 3 dimensions. And that's really cool, just to like tie in thematically with the game's themes. Like the snake is like the Ouroboros, and there's 8 of them, so it's like an infinity. So he's basically dealing with infinity right now. Maybe that's me being a little too like fast and loose with it, but that's exactly how I read this whole 8 snake thing. It's him just like dealing with infinity. Ad infinitum. Angie, You believed that someone from your family would come back someday. Lived that way for 12 years, then lost your spirit. For a time, you surrendered to the miracle that refused to happen. In that case, if I want to see you off as you try to step forward into the future, I mustn't surrender to a miracle myself. That's right, but I'll still harvest your miracles in hope. All of them, without mercy. What was now an 8-headed dragon opened its 8 jaws. It looked for weak points from all angles, hoping to swallow Battler in a single gulp. He wouldn't be able to dodge any longer. Angie-san, if you're expecting a miracle, then I have some bad news for you. Beato has now been completely destroyed, and it's even been announced in red. Do you know what that means? Since Beato has been destroyed, the Golden Land has been destroyed as well. That means that everyone has vanished. In other words, you no longer have any friends who can conveniently show up and save you from this pinch. Beato had been destroyed, and that's been confirmed in red. Therefore, no one else could come to rescue them. Even Ava was a resident of the Golden Land. After bravely breaking the key's seal earlier on, she had probably hidden away somewhere. However, now that Beato had been destroyed, all of the residents of the Golden Land had met the same fate as ice under the sun. Any faint hopes Angie might have had that Ava was hiding in the shadows, ready to save them from this final pinch, had been completely crushed from the moment Burncastle smashed that golden heart. There was no one left to save them from this crisis. She couldn't hope for the appearance of any new factor that might save her brother. And what about Angie herself? She could only watch from where she stood. If I help, will I be able to bring about some kind of miracle? But I don't know much about the mystery genre. I've only watched Beato's game fragments, gathering some basic training on how to fight. At best, I can avoid slowing him down, but I can't protect my brother. I can't just watch. Oni-chan, let me fight too. Stay back. Just keep watching and think. Think about what? Go back to how you felt at the very beginning, back when you were 6 years old, when it all started. How I felt when I was 6. You've lived for 12 years looking for the truth, but that's not your real greatest wish. My greatest wish? We prepared this final game to protect that wish and that hope. Unfortunately, you wasted that chance, so you'll have to abandon that hope as you step into the future. But even so, if there's strength in your heart, you can still have it. Have what? Remember, your very first wish. Even after learning the single truth, remember the single truth. Even after learning the heartless truth that everyone is dead and no one will come home, remember your very first wish. Oni-chan! There was a cataclysmic flash, as brilliant as the birth of a sun. All of the palely glowing snakes ran through Battler. He was stained red, surrounded with a cloud of blood. Then he stumbled, and in the end, he looked at Angie. Angie couldn't say anything in response. The light in Battler's eyes faded, and slowly, his body began to fall. It reached the ground, and gently landed like something settling on the ocean floor. Like a message bottle, almost. Angie rushed towards him and saw the last expression that would ever cross her dead brother's face. His eyes were opened wide, filled with an unwavering determination until the very last second. Was Angie-san ever that good at mysteries? She's nothing compared to Battler. The waving snakes raised their heads and surrounded Angie. Angie had no blades to fight with. She could only cling to her brother's dead face, saying his name over and over. This is a surprisingly boring ending. I guess that's checkmate. The 8 snakeheads all attacked at once. Angie held her brother's dead face, thinking about his final words. My very first wish. It could only be one thing. That everyone would come home. That fueled my life for 12 years, until I finally wore out and abandoned my own hope. In exchange for the hope I'd abandoned, I began searching for the truth. Then, at the end of the truth, I was forced to see a brutal ruthlessness that I didn't need to know about. And as a result, I was faced with the true despair of knowing that no one would come home. That final hope, which I still felt attached to even after abandoning it, was crushed. The single truth. If only I didn't know that, I might still be able to hold on to that faint hope. But now? You can still have it. If there's strength in your heart, you can still have it. Remember your very first wish. Battler was coughing. Impossible. His whole body had been pierced, and he had been completely dead. For him to cough would be too much of a miracle to be possible. What? Why? Battler died. So, why is he revived? Battler rose to his feet slowly. Though blood still dribbled from his mouth, his expression was fearless. However, Angie didn't stand up. She kept sitting, her head lowered. Oh, that was a nice warm-up. Shall we get started, Burn Castle? Time for round 2. What in the... Why, my master? The dead can't revive. Impossible. Battler died. How can he revive? Oni-chan is alive. I've used the red truth. I've announced that Battler died, right? So why? How did he come back to life? Even if the whole world says he died, I'll be the one person in the world who believes. Oni-chan is alive, and someday he'll come back to me. That's right. As long as you hold on to that hope, none of your miracles will ever be destroyed. You know what my miracle is right now? Pier plays Umineko. Friends, whom I talk to. It's getting coffee. I'm gonna go get some more coffee, and I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Wait, this is the actual mute button I'm supposed to use. Hold up. Ooh. Okay, I'm back. How dare you stand before the Witch of Miracles and claim to understand them? Ugh, swallow them, hurry them up, erase both siblings now! You can't erase us. Even if the whole world refuses to accept it, miracles will happen if we continue to believe. Come on, yellow truth, it's time. Bust out the yellow truth again. The 8 wriggling snakeheads transformed into a massive whale jaw and swallowed everything. There will be no miracle. You can't open your heart to anyone who exists. So die. You're wrong. Everyone will protect me. The cruel whale of mystery that tried to swallow everything was gouged deeply by a massive wedge. This deeply pounded wedge could only be used by those who had talent and a deep love for mysteries. Yeah, let's fucking go! That trick's such a cliche. I read and got bored of that one ages ago. The woman who stood back to back with Battler launching stakes was very, very clearly Beato? How? I announce your death with the red truth! And what is this red truth of yours? The red truth is absolute. A perfect truth, which no one can overturn no matter how hard they try. Even if the whole world gets together and denies the truth about my family, even if that's forced in front of my eyes as the single truth, I won't acknowledge it. After all, Angie slowly rose to her feet. Come on, gold truth time. Around her, the shapes of people slowly appeared, and they also rose to their feet. Oh my god, this is so hype. One after another, a whole crowd of them. They were Angie's family, her relatives, everyone from Rokonjima. That wasn't all. Yeah, let's fucking go! Everyone from the Golden Land and all the illusions appeared, and following Angie's lead, they rose to their feet. Then, all of them glared at Burn Castle. Even if the whole world denies my hope, I won't abandon it. I won't abandon my certain hope that everyone's alive. And I found something. I found how I'll live as a witch. Weren't you just a witch of the future? Just a powerless witch who could only shed tears of regret for the past. I'm the golden witch, Angie Beatrice. I am the golden, the endless, and the witch of resurrection. Oh! You found it, haven't you, Angie? Yeah. Thanks, Sony-chan. After all those long years, I finally found it. I always knew you'd be able to find it. Thanks, Oni-chan. I've understood what your last game was trying to show me. Disappear, stupid delusions! I can't accept something like this. Everyone will be with me for eternity. No matter how many times people try to kill them with the red truth, I'll reject it. Everyone will be revived for me, no matter how many times it takes. I am Angie, Witch of Resurrection. Your red truth can't lay a finger on my world. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Angie! Fuck 'em up, Angie! Angie, or rather Angie and her family and her friends, all fired off golden streaks at once. They were the same as the marks left by Burncastle's great snakes. However, the glow inside these was gold. Then they wriggled, combined into one single mass, and transformed into an eagle that now had 2 wings! But it's not like a fascist eagle, so it's fine. Like, they're repurposing it, I guess. So it's not like a... it's not like a corruption of the Republic of Sallow, and it's... Anyways, that's just me sketty bobbing a bit. It wasn't one-winged anymore. Thanks to Angie's absolute willpower, the Golden Eagle had gained the wing it needed to fly into the future. Those spread wings made Burncastle and the whale shrink back. The Ushiramiya Eagle never looks back, and it never gives up. The Golden Eagle easily swallowed the blue whale with its wings, grinding it to bits. And I just spilled coffee on my sweatpants. And it didn't let the whale's master escape either. It was now Burncastle's turn to run. Burncastle didn't fight the Golden Eagle. She couldn't. In this world of Angie's, where even the Red Truth couldn't hurt anyone, what sort of attack could affect her? She frantically ran this way and that, throwing one wedge of Red Truth after another at the Ushiramiya family. Ushiramiya Kinzo is dead. Ushiramiya Kraus is dead. Ushiramiya Natsui is dead. She repeated this over and over again, but no one fell down. Angie wouldn't accept it, so they couldn't pierce anyone. Is this sort of Endless Nine even possible? Even the Red Truth doesn't work? What is this Gold Truth? What kind of Gold Truth could defeat Red Truth? A believing heart. This is our consensus. Your Red Truth can't pierce any part of the truth that we all acknowledge and share. So long, Burncastle. This time, it's really checkmate. I won't accept something like this. I won't! Hell yeah, this is so cool. Hook her up! Send her to fucking jail forever! The massive Golden Eagle finally swallowed Burncastle whole. It then slammed into the vast ceiling, and there was an incredible explosion accompanied by an earthquake. From the cracked ceiling, along with many falling chips, a single black cat plummeted and slammed against the floor. Erica ran up to it, repeatedly calling out to her master, hugging it. Then, she realized that it was still breathing, and simultaneous expressions of relief and shock rose to her face. Don't worry. I won't let you lay a finger on my truth, but in the same way, I won't lay a finger on your truth. She looks like a wet mop. Call it a good scolding, free of charge. Beato, don't act too cozy with my big brother. I still haven't accepted your relationship, got it? It was quite bold of you to revive me, fool. But it's too late. My charming subordinates and I shall torment you until the day you die. Then I'll make you watch Battler flirt with me every day. What? Oh, that was pretty convenient. Looks like this resurrection magic has an off switch. What? Beato kept appearing and disappearing like a light bulb turning on and off. Angie seemed to be enjoying herself. Battler, Angie's being mean! Go easy on her, Angie. She's like my wife and all. Sure. If you say so, Oni-chan. Angie, you're incredible! Are you? Angie-sama, congratulations on becoming a Witch of Resurrection. This way, we'll all be able to be with you forever. Yeah, that's right. We're all here. The anti-magic toxin doesn't matter one bit. You'll be with me for all eternity. Nice, Angie. Well said. Everyone surged forward, squishing Angie. They tried tossing her into the air, but dropped her onto her butt and everyone laughed. Angie looked a bit resentful, but when her brother lent her a hand, she got up and joined the circle of smiles. I love this. This is perfect. A quiet applause greeted them. It's going to be Aurora. Featherine, their witness, had acknowledged their victory and was clapping for them. Splendidly done, Lady Angie Beatrice. In celebration of this miracle, I bestow upon you the title of lady. The tale you weaved was quite entertaining. There is no need to be so hostile. I am congratulating you. Featherine smiled serenely. Then the cat overlords broke their positions in their constellation line and lined up behind her, and then they shook hands and they said, "Good game, good game, good game, good game, good game, good game." It was clear that this was not only a peaceful action, but part of a solemn ceremony. You have defeated my Miko, and I thank you for sparing her life. As you can see, she was my cute pet cat, who never ceased to save me from boredom. If she died, boredom would overcome me as well. The true strength of this being, who referred to Burn Castle as a pet cat, had already been made clear during her fight with Lambda Delta. Even so, Angie spoke. I won't forgive you for killing Lambda Delta. My, that doesn't sound like the words of a witch of resurrection. Can you not revive her whenever you wish? Huh? And revive her? It's okay. I'm sure that Lady Lambda Delta has been revived somewhere, thanks to your power. There's no need to worry. Indeed. She has already been moved to the audience seating I prepared for her. Do not fear. I shall take good care of her. Really? That's wonderful. Angie finally relaxed and let the tension leave her whole body. Well now, Battler, you are now the sole game master of your final game. True, that cat of yours looks like she's out of the running. Perhaps you should carry on with the final ceremony of your game. My Miko is as forgetful as a cat, but she can sometimes be as persistent as one. I suggest getting it over with quickly. Yeah. Okay, I'll follow your advice there. I shall be your witness and record a detailed account of it all. The final ceremony. So even this game is about to end. Battler nodded silently. Then he stepped out from the crowd and motioned for Angie to follow him. As Angie passed by each member of the Ushirimiya family, they cheered her on, giving her words of encouragement. Battler took out the golden key and handed it to Angie. It now had the same glint it had possessed when he had first given it to her. Also, there's like another riddle coming, I think, and I need to like be super chill about it. Then the two doors appeared out of thin air on either side of them. They had a stately design, making the importance of this choice clear. Am I supposed to pick one without any hints? Of course not. I'll give you a hint. By now it should be an easy puzzle. A simple puzzle with two answers. And you'll choose your answer by opening one of those doors. I see. Okay. So this is a continuation of that Halloween party. I feel like this was all just like in Battler's brain from the beginning. I fell asleep during that party, didn't I? I'm glad to finally wrap that up properly. Beato, come forward. After all, you fell asleep before you got to my puzzle. I'm glad I now have a chance to tell it. Sorry about that. It sounds like it'll be pretty tough. But you'll be fine, Angie. I wonder about that. Prepare yourself, it's a tough one. Calm down, Angie. It's an easy puzzle. Don't you remember the first thing your brother told you about how to choose the best possible option? Battler, you're giving too many hints. This is the triumphant return of Lady Angie, Witch of the Future. All you have to do is watch over her. True. Then I'll hand it over to Beato. I'm counting on you. Indeed. Then let us begin. Okay. Angie gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Angie's face, and slowly spread her fingers. Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct? Yeah, there's nothing there. Watch closely. I'll make a fist, and then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Angie's eyes. Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? I'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Angie looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, up, down, left, right, then left again. Angie, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertips, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Angie didn't lose track of it. Then, after the high-pointing finger was swung down, all of a sudden, the index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist, and there was a cutely wrapped candy. Got it? Yeah. Was this a trick or magic? That is my puzzle for you. Go ahead, Angie. Give your answer. Is this a trick or magic? I know. I know what the answer is. It's magic, right? It's all fucking magic. She casted her candy spell. I feel like I'm gonna do the fucking asshole thing and make them. What if? Okay, they want me to say magic, right? Like, I'm not being fucking goofy. They want me to say magic. This is like me being totally autistic. They want me to say magic, right? Like, I'm not just freaking out. Fuck yeah. You know what? I'm going with my gut. This was fucking magic. If your answer is magic, open this door. If it's a trick, then open that door. I had already decided upon my answer. This is my answer. I walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. Then, I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone. You made a shit choice. The Ushirimiya eagle never looks back. That's right. Sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. I don't want to look up the right answer too. So I just have to deal with this. Then the key in the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I choose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back. The Ushirimiya eagle never turns back, so I won't turn around, but I'll say this. Thank you, everyone. But this isn't goodbye. I'll always be with you all. Yeah, you won't turn back. I will always be standing behind you. That's not what I mean. Despite it all, I still believe. I'm positive that everyone will come back. Oh, I'm getting shivers. Angie. That is good. Angie. I look forward to the day when we all meet again.
Angie, my adorable granddaughter.
Ew. Whatever, Kinzo.
We may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from that quiz party.
Kinzo threw an excellent throw. A gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned into a Beatrice doll. This was lying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it? That was my prize. Take it back to the future with you and treasure it. Thanks, everyone. I took a step forward, into the future. I won't say goodbye. So, see you later. We'll always be together. I made the right choice, I think. I think I did make the correct choice. I wish they had just labeled it good and bad, and that would have made it so much easier for me. The wind brushed against my cheek. I slowly opened my shut eyes. I must have had my eyes closed for a very long time. Even the sparkles below me seemed blindingly bright. It was a strange world, with a sea of stars beneath me. The wind was cold. However, it told me that I had returned to reality. Okay. Like, that's the good ending, right? Like, it's good. Like I'm using the game's themes. I was standing with one foot outstretched over that starry sea. How long have I been here? Time has probably been stopped for me ever since Byrne lured me forward when I was about to take that step off the edge. You can go back and do the other ending? Okay. I slowly pulled my foot back in. Oh god. Do I want to see it? I guess I will. I'll check it out. I'll do it. Then I leaned against the fence and sat down. The sky was far away, but so was the ground. This whole time I've been in this sad place, so far from both of these worlds. I can't go to the sky. In that case, I have to return to my world. And the elevator is probably the only way to go. I've done enough skydiving. Yeah, there really is no chance. No chance of me jumping down from here and surviving by some miracle. Like the Erica good ending. Some witch of miracles has already guaranteed with certainty that such a miracle won't occur after all. Then I finally noticed them. It was the guards President Okanogi had assigned to me. They were approaching the fence with forced smiles and sweat dripping down their faces, trying not to startle me. That's right. I gave these guys the slip before jumping off, didn't I? Did you think I was going to jump? Well, that's, sorry. If I jumped, I guess you'd really catch it from Okanogi-san. Angie-san, it's dangerous there. From now, please come back to this side. Let me stay here a bit longer. It's okay. I won't get any sudden ideas. Do any of you have a cell phone? Yes. I want to talk to Okanogi about something. Would you mind calling him? The guards looked at each other, then rushed to take out their cell phones. They were worried that I might get annoyed and jump off, leaving them to take the blame. The president has picked up. Here. Thanks. Hello? Okanogi-san. Moshi mosh? Yes. Sorry for calling you all of a sudden. No, it's excellent news. A bit of an early Christmas present. I'm giving all of the Ushiramiya group to you. That's right. In exchange, I have a few things I want. As she gazed down at the sea of stars spread out on the ground below her, Angie spoke.
She spoke of how she would live from now on. Ushiramiya Angie's strange and mysterious adventure ends here. But my life will continue. After all, there's already something for me to do. I am Angie Beatrice, Witch of Mariage Sorcière. Ushiramiya Angie just fell from here and died. And I am the witch, Angie. I'll live as a witch. That reads as a good ending to me. That reads as a very good ending to me. And so, your game ends. As Angie opened the door and vanished from sight, the residents of the Golden Land disappeared as well. Aw. That's a nightmare blunt rotation. Afterwards, only Battler could still be seen. He had now done everything he could for Angie. Close the door. Wasn't there some rule to be followed when closing this door? Yes, that's right. The rule said that you needed 2 people to close it. Hey, Ava. I told you to stop calling me that, like I'm an old lady. The 2 of them stood to the left and right of the door that Angie had vanished through. Angie, find happiness in your future. After all, we'll always be with you. Then, the 2 of them held their hands out in front of them. As they did, a door popped into existence and closed. Then, the door itself faded away. And now we have completed our role. Yeah, this marks the end of the piece's purpose. You have worked hard, both of you. And with this, I shall clean up your game board and put it away. I guess the other ending is just Angie jumping, huh? Slowly, the world melted. At a glance, it looked as though the city of books was starting to fall apart. But that wasn't it. Battler in Ava's world was being cut off from the city of books. The world broke apart bit by bit, and the ceiling would probably fall in soon. This is goodbye, Battler-kun. Yeah, see you later. And someday, I'll leave Angie in your hands, Aunt Ava. At least at the end, try calling me Ava, One-san, would you? See you later, Erica. Fuck you. Somewhere, someday. Both Angie and I were witches of truth, so just what was the difference between us? Yeah, what could it be? I was a witch who endured and withstood the truth, but I turned my back on that truth. However, even after she learned the truth, she continued to believe in her own truth. If she was a true witch of truth, what kind of witch was I? A stupid-ass witch. That's right. You aren't a witch. After all, you're the detective. Oh, don't blow up her ego like that. Oh, good. I'd forgotten. We'll meet again someday. Wherever there's a crime, the detective's sure to be there, right? Yes. When another crime occurs in the Ushiramiya family, I promise to appear. So long, great detective. So long, my rival. I look forward to the day when the 2 of us can cross blades again. Those were the final words the 2 ever spoke to each other. Ew. A terrible roar and a cloud of dust blew by, covering everything. And then, everything vanished. Nothing remained. Battler and Ava were both gone. The city of books was wrapped in silence. It's all over. Yes, great Lady Aurora. Take care of my pet cat. Now, I shall go too. There are some things that must be cleaned up in this world as well. When Hachijo made her announcement, everyone fell silent, thinking they had misheard her. Before too long, the crowd exploded with a shower of questions about what Hachijo meant by this. That's too cruel! You can't do that after dragging us along this far! Madam Hachijo, we have come far and wide to see it, yes? How could you do this to us now? I will say it again. I've changed my mind. Ushirimiya Ava's diary will not be made public. A fraud! This is all a fraud! Was it really Ushirimiya Ava's diary? Are you sure it wasn't a fabrication you created? You think you could get away with something like this? Show us the book! Children of men can be so hideous. Neither you nor I have the right to read what lies in there. However, now that I think of it, this has been quite an entertaining show. Children of men, who disturb the sleep of the dead and spread rumors for their own entertainment, can be quite amusing at times like this. Let us go there. I have had my share of it. A black cat jumped onto Hachijo's shoulder, and she disappeared off to the side of the stage, the book of the single truth in her arms. Only the angry yells of the massive crowd remained. Hell yeah, eat shit. And so, the people began to lose interest in Ushirimiya Ava's diary, doubting whether it even truly existed, though the weekly magazines were in an uproar over the scam Hachijo Toya had pulled. Some began to openly wonder if the Rokunjima mystery itself was an indiscreet desecration of the dead. I don't think a little thing like this will allow Rokunjima to rest in peace. However, it did create an atmosphere where people were slightly more hesitant to openly show interest in the Rokunjima mystery. An unopened cat box is eternal. Rokunjima will probably never find peace. However, even so, compared to how it was before, life will surely be easier. Because, as the years pass, the dust will slowly pile up on it, where it lies in the depths of oblivion. At the bottom of the deep sea known as the depths of oblivion, the cat box of the witches will probably get slowly buried as the years pass. Feathering threw a single golden rose into that sea, an offering to let the cat box rest in peace. With the tale of that golden rose, let us mark the end of this long story. In the darkness, there was a massive roar and an earthquake. When it passed, dawn began to rise over the endless night. What? What? Where am I? Is this how he becomes Hachijo Toya, like you said? Like you accidentally spoiled me on? We're in the wreckage of an old submarine base. Don't you remember? It's where it all started. The place where we first met 2 generations ago. What? What? Huh? Hello, QWST64. Little Mermaid. Sounds pretty romantic if you put it that way. Oh, it sounds pretty romantic if you put it that way. Battler and Beato could be seen in the ruins of Rokunjima's underground submarine base. The cave's mouth opened to the sea, and the gentle sounds of the waves drifted in along with the cries of the seagulls. Okay. I was about to wrap around to some Battler's Kinzo shit that was like a fucking, like, episode 1 fucking theory from me. What the fuck? Oh, I really did not need to, like, dig up an arm of that theory as it, like, crawls around my brain a little more. It seemed that the typhoon, which had closed off the island for 2 days, had finally gotten bored and gone away. Beato went down to the shore and lifted up a large sheet. Beneath it was a motorboat. Of course, it wasn't from the time of the war. It was modern. Pile this up on the boat. Careful, it's heavy. Whoa, this is a gold ingot. I thought they all got buried. I thought something like this might happen, so I snuck out this one beforehand. The single heavy gold ingot was dropped into the boat. I'm not sure how much this is worth by itself, but it must be quite a lot. Have you ever driven a motorboat before? You're joking, right? It's easy. I'll teach you. She wasn't used to this, but after several mistakes, Beato finally got the engine started. If you go out that way and hop from the island to island, you'll see Nijima before too long. Then, you can just land on a sandy beach. Aren't you coming? I can't. I am the master of the Golden Land. I cannot leave this place. What's to be gained from staying? What's to be gained from going? Let's live. I cannot. I have already committed countless sins and countless wrongs. The number of lives I have taken, the number of sins I have committed, is far too great. But you haven't committed any sins in our world. No, that is not true. Go. Go while I'm still in a good mood. Beatrice, just fucking come with. Why are you being a fucking asshole about this? Okay. Otherwise, I may seal the island off in a storm again. Battler suddenly spun around. When Beato turned around to see what was going on, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Then I'll take you back as a souvenir from the Golden Land. Let go! This isn't safe. Come on, don't freak out. Listen carefully, Beatrice. What? I'm going to kidnap you. As Battler quietly gazed at her with serious eyes, Beato was lost for words. If you sinned, then I've sinned as well for making you do it. So let's carry your cross together. I got the fucking biggest shit-eating grin on my face right now. Battler. As long as I live, I'll carry your cross. Let's leave the Golden Land. You and me, together. God damn, I wish I could talk to women like Battler talks to women. God damn. I have no fucking riz. This is some white horse shit. I wish I could do this. I'm like the most charmless creature. Beato was now too shocked to say anything at all. Then, tears poured from her eyes and she covered her face. Battler gently set her down on the boat. He undid the mooring ropes. Now, there was no longer anything tying this boat to the island. Let's go. Controlling the boat as Beato had taught him, Battler slowly guided it out. Where they hit an old Japanese landmine, and they both died. The end. When they passed out of the dimly lit cavern, they were immediately struck by the bright gold rays of the sun and surrounded by a crowd of white seagulls. As the seagulls flew this way and that, the feathers they dropped in the water seemed to celebrate the boat's departure. The brilliant sunlight told them that they were now free of the island's curse. The sky, now freed from the seal of the typhoon, seemed too bright to be real. This is real, by the way. Like, I believe this. Like, I don't need them to say anything about Battler being dead. This is all bullshit. This is all fucking true. Feeling hot, Battler took off his jacket. It was swept away by the wind and danced through the sky. However, instead of panicking, Battler just smiled as he watched it go. Beato also watched it go. No, she watched the island go. Rokonjima, in the Golden Land she had spent 1,000 years in. I'm so happy. I'm so happy these two get to be together now. Will I be able to live? You will. You won't have a magical butler, but there's all sorts of useful stuff out there. There's no end to the things you couldn't find on Rokonjima. I'll show you what the world's like. Will I be able to live? Beato repeated the same words again. Battler knew what she meant. However, no matter what answer he gave, he wouldn't be able to resolve her problem now. However, there was a way to resolve it. Time. In the heart. Little by little, bit by bit. Like a chain being cut by falling drops of water, he would have to sever the curse of the island gradually, over a long period of time. It might take a long, long time. However, someday she will be free. That's what I believe. I am a sinful witch who toyed with hundreds of deaths on that island. Your world is too brilliant. No, you will live. I answered immediately and forcefully. If you think you need to atone for hundreds of sins, then keep on living and living. Live as hard as you can, with everything you've got. It's the only way you can atone. Is that truly the only way to atone for my sins? That's right. And you'll definitely be able to do it someday. Trust me. Come on. Look at me with those teary eyes. It's embarrassing. Forgive me. Then, at the very least, would you close your eyes? Why should I? Hey, your face is pretty close. Foolish man. You ought to be cursed for taking the witch away from the Golden Land. Why, you must close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me, too. As soon as Battler shut his eyes, soft lips covered his. Then, he slew me. He tried to open his eyes, but just got slapped. Don't look! I told you not to look at my face. Come on, what's there to lose? You have no delicacy. Don't open them, not yet. Why? Because I want to kiss you again. I'm so happy. The next, ooh, whoa, hold up. That's a bit, whoa, okay. The next kiss was on his earlobe. Hey, quit it. No, this is getting really embarrassing. He knew he'd get hit again if he opened his eyes, so he resisted with his eyes still shut. Then after sighing and tickling his ear, Beato spoke in her usual cheerful, bullying voice. Sorry, Battler. I'm a terrible, atrocious witch. Yeah, I know. You're an evil, cruel witch. And so I cannot atone for my sins. After all, I'm the sort of witch who can cackle over hundreds of deaths. You're really something, you know that? But you wouldn't be you otherwise. He accidentally opened his eyes. And when he did, the witch was nowhere to be seen. The golden witch had vanished like a dream or an illusion. And so, had the single ingot they had carried with them. Wow. Okay. Battler joined.
言ったろバトラー。わらわは極悪な魔女だから罪など償わぬと生きてなど償わぬと。
What?
愚かなバトラよ。せっかく島を生きて出られたのにそなたはそれを投げ出すのか。
俺はお前を離さない。
気持ちは嬉しいぞ。だがわらわは幻想の住人、そしてそなたは人間。帰るべき世界が違うのだ。わらわは幻想へ帰る。 そしてそなたも自分の世界へ帰るがいい。
This is very dark. This text is really bad.
さよならバトラ。そしてありがとう。
逃がすかよ。お前は俺だけの黄金の魔女だ。
赤バトラ、赤バトラ。
お前が望む奈落になら俺も一緒に落ちよう。そこが虚無の世界ならばお前と一緒に消えよう。
I
だ
love
が
love.
消える最後の瞬間までお前は俺のものだ。そして何も見えない真っ暗な世界でぽっと輝きました。それは暖かい黄金の輝き。それは黄金のバラでした。
それがふわりと純白の無垢な砂が敷き詰められた世界にたどり着きます。 そこ
Boss,
には
wait a minute.
白い砂に半分埋まった小さな
それは静かな海の底で安らかに眠るベアトリーチェの猫場。その上にふわりと黄金のバラは舞い降りるのでした。
箱。それは深い深い海の底のお話。真っ暗な真っ暗な暗闇の中にほのかに輝く黄金のバラが眠っているというとてもささやかな物語。
Wow. So, Umineko, huh, gang? All right, 1998. So, do you guys recommend that I do the other ending after this, or after I read the other the tea parties first? Because I'm not sure it would be like the best, like, narrative experience. A black luxury car was parked at the rear entrance of the skyscraper. Okay, go back after ending. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll watch the we're gonna watch the video that Sid Salander recommended I watch, Confessions of the Golden Witch, which is like one of the manga stories, but it's gonna be in the visual novel format. And we're just gonna watch it together. I'm not gonna read it like I normally do. Okay, question mark is the end of Umineko chronologically. Okay. Men wearing suits were packing a heavy-looking attaché case into its trunk. I don't think this character had a voice. I don't think Okanogi had an interesting voice. Let me handle all the rest. We'll take care of all the complicated details. I'm counting on you. Aunt Ava trusted you more than anyone. So I'm sure she's glad that this is all in your hands now. Out of the building came Angie and President Okanogi. Angie's expression was peaceful. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had always looked so dark in Okanogi's eyes. In her later years, the company president was very ill. I imagine that she had some fairly harsh things. She said some fairly harsh things to you, but I don't believe she truly meant them. I know. Even I said things I shouldn't have on my bad days. You've changed. You think so? I thought you'd never forgive the president as long as you lived. You're the one who taught me, Okanogi-san. I did? Did I say something? Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Did I really say something that pretentious?
It's been a long journey. It really has been a long journey, all just to understand what you told me that day. Of course, Okanogi understood. He understood that, in her heart, this had been a long and profound journey. Contact me when you decide on a new home and account. I won't let you want for anything. Any problems with the Sumadera family? Leave that to me. We have your power of attorney as our rallying point. Oh, they have power of attorney on her? Okay. Thanks to that, the Ushiramiya group is a united front. Because of what you did, Angie-chan, the business built by the former president has been protected. I truly believe she'd be joyful at your decision. I'm just pushing all the hard stuff on you. When the great President Ushiramiya Eva passed away, the Ushiramiya group was shaken. There was no clean successor, so the group had been in danger of splitting. After that, everyone had been waiting to hear what Angie would say, since she had inherited a large portion of the group's stock. However, Angie had shown no interest in any of this, and had gone around talking about things like selling all of their assets and donating everything to some charity, which had shaken up the group even further. There had even been a chance that an outsider, such as the Sumadera family, would interfere and destroy the Ushiramiya group. As disturbing as it may seem, some had wished for the source of all this trouble, Angie, to disappear. However, Angie had undergone a change of heart, deciding to do what was best for the Ushiramiya group that Eva had built up. And the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Okanogi had been named as Angie's legal guardian. By simply giving him her trust, Angie now had in him the most reliable ally possible. Okanogi himself had certain plans he could carry out based on the knowledge that Angie trusted him. Okanogi, who had carried great responsibility in the Ushiramiya group thanks to his position as Eva's closest confidant, was the most natural choice to be Eva's successor for the top spot. And thanks in part to his ability, everything had now been wrapped up smoothly. This way, the Ushiramiya group was secure. The Ushiramiya group had been the only thing still tied to the Ushiramiya name other than Angie herself. So she might have thought it as her final link to her family. You know, you're free to come back at any time you want. We have a chair set aside just for you. Thanks. Just knowing I have a place to go back to means I can set off on my journey in peace. What are you going to do from now on? Oh, write mystery novels. I'm going to become an author. To write novels? It doesn't matter what. Novels or picture books. If I have any skill at drawing, maybe I'll do a manga. What I do doesn't matter, as long as I can share my heart with someone. Sounds like you set a noble task for yourself. I'll be praying for your success. Thanks. If I manage to publish a book, I'll send you a copy. I look forward to it. The car's trunk is closed. Apparently, all of her luggage had been loaded. Ah yes, allow me to introduce you to the driver. It's going to be Juza. He's a protege of mine. He's trustworthy, and you can rely on him for anything. Oh, and he worked as a guard for the old president for many years, so you might recognize him. As long as it isn't Amakusa. Achoo! The man walking out of the driver's seat sneezed. Now that hurts, lady. Amakusa, what the hell have you done to her? Well, he was always the most flippant of Ava's guards. I was hoping for pretty much anyone else. But he was also the one closest to you, wasn't he? Well, at least listening to him talk would be pretty entertaining. The boss has assigned me to be his contact with you. If you ever get in any sort of trouble, just let me know. What if I ask you to go buy me toilet paper? I'll pick out some tampons too while I'm out. Okay, See? The guy's a creep. Okunogi guffawed. I got into the back seat. Stay well, Angie-chan. I guess this is the last time anyone will call me by that name. Let me know when you've decided on a new one. Okunogi patted the roof of the car. At that signal, Amakusa honked the horn and removed the handbrake. So, until you've decided on a new name, I guess I'll be calling you Lady. That's fine for now. Okay. Where are we going? North? South? Any recommendations? Why don't we try leaving the main island? I'd suggest Hokkaido. Huge meadows, giant clouds. A novelist writing stories in a log cabin. This sounds awesome. Great, let's head south. I was planning to do the opposite. I was gonna say, like, isn't Hokkaido the North Island? I was planning to do the opposite of whatever you said anyway. That's pretty harsh. I have to go someplace hot. A town with a view of the sea. Angie closed her eyes. Things have been pretty crazy lately, and she was tired. Understood. By the time you open your eyes, we'll be in an unfamiliar land. But it'll be a warm town. View of the sea. The car got onto the freeway. It was surrounded by the great river of cars heading east and west. By now, no one could tell which of those points was the car she rode in. Starting today, Ushiramiya Angie would change her name and live in a new climate. Changing her name didn't mean that she had given up on being Angie. Well, I adjust my headphones. This was Angie Beatrice's mission. I am Angie Beatrice, the golden and endless witch of resurrection, a witch of marriage sorcière, the final witch, who is still alive in the future called 1998. This is the good ending. I did not make a mistake. Okay. That was very good and happy. Umineko no naku koru ni chiru. Ending B reached. The Golden Witch is prepared to commercial state. Find these new features on the home screen. I like that ending. Okay. Last time I got coffee. This time I have to go to the restroom. So I'll be right back, and we'll continue reading. There's still like several hours of stream left, because I still have to watch that Confessions of a Witch thing. We'll be fine for content, so no worries. I'll be back.
Okay, we're back. Let's keep going. Let's keep chugging. The final tea party continues. Let me move my Be Right Back thing back to the regular spot. Alright, tea party. I have no idea what to expect from this. Is it just gonna be like chilling out at Angie's place? Who is Chijo Toya? I actually do believe that now. I don't think it's Battler. I think that was all Red Shoe shit. The majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating set down her pen, looking at the ceiling and sighed deeply. The desk was covered with a scattered mountain of paper covered with writing. Words were packed onto pages in a thin, high-information density language that only the great ones could read. Each letter of this language carried the same amount of information as several books in the human world. These letters filled every inch of this huge pile of paper. Surely, she had written out every little detail of some world. Yes, I have written it all. Though to be accurate, I have not truly written it all. She stood up, sat down in her favorite rocking chair, and rocked peacefully for a while. How far must one write before they can say they've written it all? That is what has bothered me in all my years of writing. The adventures of humans can be very interesting as a tale. However, even I still don't know when that adventure stops being an adventure. My old friend, who is now gone, once said that a human's life is an adventure from beginning to end, so there is never a correct time to set down one's pen. I do not agree. I think one must put away the pen at some point. I believe one should write a tale to an appropriate point and leave the aftertaste and opinions to the minds of the spectators. Hi, Bedwards. I'm feeling pretty fucking good. This has been a really great ending so far. I chose the magic ending, which I think is the good ending. And I think it really did put a good end to Angie's story. And we're starting the first tea party now. In short, the tale must be put inside a cat box at the appropriate time. The cat box has been the subject of this long tale, so it is not better is it not better, holy smokes, is it not better to refrain from writing its demise, to instead put it in the cat box and leave it there? Featherwing spoke to no one inside the empty study. Of course, no one commented on her words. However, Featherwing seemed to hear something. She nodded and grinned contentedly. Yes, I know. I will write a bit further, then lay down my pen. Then, it will be time for us to say our goodbyes. Featherwing held a finger and spun it around, a signal that she wanted to darken the room. The lights in the study dimmed. Would you mind letting me rest for a while? During that time, my cat, rather my Miko, will entertain you. Ow, 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 ow! You suck! Can't you be less clumsy with that needle? Shut up. If you don't want it sewn by hand, I'll use a sewing machine. No, no machines. I want you to do it by hand. So please, just be a bit more gentle. Ow! It'll get better if you spit on it. Yeah. Don't just start licking me all of a sudden. I think this needle should be thick enough. This'll hurt like hell, so you better close your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2... Don't say that right before you start! Yeah!
But despite all of this, the two of them truly were close. Though Lambda Delta had been brutally dismembered in the final fight, she had survived. But unfortunately, she was still dismembered. So Berncastle was sewing her arms and head back on with a needle and thread. Okay. The left arm, which was still waiting to be reattached, walked around on the bed impatiently with its index and middle fingers. On the arms were left... Only the arms were left to do, so it looked like this would be finished soon. Then Erica returned, slamming the door open. I'm home, my master! I bought some sesame salt. Why sesame salt? You aren't planning to put it in the tea, are you? It's Erica's toy. Erica, did you bring your chopsticks? Yes, my master. Great detectives have their magnifying glasses. Bruno Erica has her chopsticks. Are you ready? Pour out that sesame salt and use those chopsticks to separate the sesame seeds from the salt. Yes, my master. Please watch my fantastic chopstick-wielding skills. Damn, OCD's crazy. Yeah, good luck. When you're done, make sure you put everything back in the bag. Are you still bullying her like that? Oh, rude, I'm playing with her. Ah, yes, Erica. The mailman just came by with a letter addressed to you. A letter? Oh, I sense a crime calling to me. Don't tell me. I'll guess who sent it. The postmark is from heaven. It's probably from Glanor or someone. I'm surprised you're still in touch. Just by the presence of this postmark, see how far Berncastle's reasoning has taken her. Hey! Don't do that. You can't do that, my master. Van Dyne's knife. It is forbidden to have multiple detectives. You'd better get out. So long, great detective Erica. My master, how could you? I'm Erica, witch of truth. I still can't tell if you two like each other or hate each other. Of course we hate each other. You're the only one I love. How could you, my master? Lady Lambda Delta, it looks like there's not enough room for the two of us. Are you serious? Are you challenging the great Lambda Delta? Erica grinned and grabbed Lambda Delta's left arm, which had been walking around the bed. I have here Lady Lambda Delta's arm. And here is the sliced open end of her arm. Erica grinned and wiggled her fingers menacingly. She's already on some fucking douchey shit. Wait, you aren't thinking. Let's see if my rival can handle this. Yeah. Stop it. Oh wait, she's just tickling her? What the fuck? I thought she was gonna start jamming her fingers into the weird and hurting her. Okay. Stop it, that tickles. She tickled the inside of Lambda Delta's left arm. Apparently, she was extremely ticklish there. Incidentally, the open end of Lambda Delta's arm had cute, fluffy, white cotton candy poking. Oh, okay, so it's not like flesh. Okay. Apparently, her body was made out of sweet candy with a bit of spice thrown in. She's made of sugar, spice, and everything nice? Is that what you're trying to tell me, game? She's a fucking Powerpuff Girl. Let's fucking go. I'm trying to get my blanket. I'm very cold. Ugh. Erica ran around, screaming, I've defeated Lady Lambda Delta all by myself, just like my master. Lambda Delta growled. Berncastle kept on sewing, an exasperated look on her face. It was a very peaceful scene. So, what does the letter say? Anything about what Glanor and the others have been up to? Gertrude-san has been promoted to a full Inquisitor or something. Oh, that's good. Well, good for her, yay. Oh, in addition to her cat, she's got a meow woof now, too. What's a meow wolf? Wait, what? You don't know? You're so out of touch. They've been all the rage lately. Even I got a female meow wolf a few days back. You can make an awesome compe too with them. I'm totally lost, but I'll make sure I stay far away from your homemade food in the future. Cornelia-san is... Ooh. During an Inquisitor exam, she found out she's really good at fighting, so she started combat training. Pretty hard to imagine her doing that, right? Well, there's all kinds of combat training. What's she doing? Looks like, kickboxing and Chinese Kempo. Could that be Ava's influence? I'll bet she'd fight pretty good still. Good point. After all, she's been trained pretty well by a certain someone already. It also mentions Will-san. Where the fuck is this? Ah, there's a surprise. Looks like Will-san hit it big on the foreign exchange market, and he's now living a life of leisure on the income from his real estate investments. Okay. Whatever. Ah. Sounds like he started playing badminton lately, too. He's a landlord. I'll bet I'll bet he has a hellish coach. His butt's probably swollen by now. So what about the landlord? As usual, she's stamping things. Stamping things, sealing things, approving things, and sometimes even signing things. She humbly asks us to stir up a crime in her district, since she would get assigned to it personally. Well, why don't we? Crime sounds fun. They say crimes occur wherever the detective goes. One of these days, if I feel like it, I might drop by to bully her. Oh, and there's also something here about the Cheester Sister Corps. Wait, I don't want to hear it all at once. You gotta pause a bit for dramatic effect. Okay, that'll do it. Yeah, I finally grew my right arm back. Do the left one now, please. Let's have some tea first. Erica, bring in a can of black tea and a pot of dried plums. Yes, my master. With this particular journey over and done with, the Voyager witches rested their wings. It was also that they could leave on a new journey in search of the next fragment. That's where we're going after this stream. We're going to the next fragment. The next fragment is fucking Disco Elysium. Again, for like the 5th time I've played it. A short break between trips, backdropped by the pleasant scent of black tea. It'll be different. It'll be a different experience, because unlike Umineko, where it's just blind and I'm just going in like, ooh, I'll know a little more about Disco Elysium. Where are you going this time? If you go north, I'm heading south. Then if you go east, I'm heading west. I hope we can find another charming tale like this one. Next time, I hope you aren't playing the villain again, bud. You do? Being the bad guy was pretty fun. I wonder, what kind of tale we'll find next? What kind of tale we'll meet next time, man? Ah, two pairs of lovers. To a pair of lovers, the sea of fragments is tiny. Children of Paradise. The sea of fragments is pretty huge. Ghost in the Shell. We'll meet again when something else cries. It's called Psychonia, I think. I don't know anything about it. I think it's called Psychonia when they cry is the next one that was after this. But I don't think it's done. Sounds good. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll meet again when something else cries. The happy voices of the witches faded into the distance. So long, everyone. See you again when something else cries. Well, I guess that was the tea party. Unless it's not over. Damn, that was fast. Okay. Damn, I got a lot of viewers right now. Hi, guys. After decades. It was the largest banquet hall in this huge hotel. The many guests that filled the room chattered and applauded the person receiving an award trophy on top of the stage. The sign in front said, "Award Ceremony from Japan's Greatest Publishers." And now, I would like to begin the novel category. The winner is that fantasy adventure novel we all know so well. The story that started a worldwide movement that continues to grow in leaps and bounds. Sakutaro's Greatest Adventure! The projector in front of the audience showed a brief summary of the series. It was a lengthy fantasy adventure novel that was already more than 8 installments long. The thrilling fantasy story told the adventures of Sakutaro, a cowardly Vegeta lion who makes friends, learns through his experiences, and grows in search for the one fragment. The main character's catchphrase, "I'll become king of the beasts," was even one of the candidates for the Buzzword of the Year award. In addition to being a thrill to read, the books also contained many messages for children to learn from, earning it high praise as an adventure novel that parents and kids could enjoy reading together, unlike Umineko, which you really probably shouldn't show to kids. However, it hadn't received such a praise from the beginning. The first 6 novels, it went almost entirely unnoticed. But last year, when foreign translations of the series began, it got its big break and suddenly became a huge topic of conversation. Even before this series, the author had created quite a lot of works, but none of those had achieved any public acclaim. However, after this sudden rise in notoriety, her previous works were being reevaluated, one after another. In that sense, it's probably fair to call her an author who went unrecognized for quite a long time. Miss Kotobuki! Congratulations on your award! Your latest, Sakutaro Goes to the Witch's Island, was truly an excellent read. Publishing company executives repeatedly showered her with praise. Sakutaro's Great Adventure. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Somebody just tried to fucking... Hold up, I was waiting for this moment. Somebody just tried to stream boo my chat. You know what that means, gang? Hold up. That means I have to ban somebody.
それではこれにて当法廷は閉廷です。Great Equalizer is the death!
And banned. Thank you. What does Kotobuki Yukari mean? I'm gonna hold out, actually, and do that later. Nearly all of her royalties were sent to a fund to support needy children, and she herself had served as the director at several protective institutions. Some envious people tried to call this fake charity, but the more that people learned about her, the more those voices withered and died away. Kotobuki Yukari, By now, that name rang loud and clear across Japan. She sat in a chair, cheerfully chatting with the people who came to greet her. Last year, she was diagnosed with the initial stages of cancer, and after the surgery, her physical strength dropped sharply. Because of this, even in this stand-up awards party, she was given a chair and sat down while greeting people. Some people lamented, saying that if she only had been 20 or even 10 years younger, she might have left her mark in history as one of the greatest authors of the 21st century. It had taken so long for her to receive the praise she was deserved. She could no longer be called young. Even so, her determination to write had not wavered in the slightest. The story had gone around that, even during her stay in the hospital, most of her time had been spent typing away. She had always said the same thing, that she hadn't finished telling everything she needed to tell. Did she mean that she hadn't fully completed Sakutaro's great adventure? When that question was asked by a journalist, this is how she answered. If, by writing even one more book, I can just teach one more child how to find happiness, then I will spend the rest of my life writing every book, every page that I can, because I still haven't fully conveyed the precious teachings I was given. Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award. I hear the movie adaptation is getting splendid reviews as well. If you keep this up, you might even pass up Harry Potter's record. I'm gonna look that up. Oh wait, that's Harry Potter! I think it's awesome. I hope she's better than fucking J.K. Rowling. Fuck J.K. Rowling. Harry the Potato. It was the name of a fantasy series that had become a worldwide hit. Thank you very much for your kind words. It's more than I deserve. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is X. Head of Company X's first editorial department. Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I hope we have a chance to work together sometime. Actually, Miss Kotobuki, I apologize for being so abrupt, but have you heard of the novelist known as Chicho Toya? Chicho Toya, you said. She remembered that name from several decades ago. She hadn't expected to ever hear it again. Do you know that name? Have you met Hachijo by any chance? No, I have not. I did go to visit once. I was an unknown. And since I suddenly barged into the publishing company's office, it's hardly surprising that I was refused an interview. Oh, I didn't know that. Could it be that you're a fan of Hachijo's work? No. I just wanted to find out what sort of person she was. I see. Well, the truth is, about that novelist, Hachijo Toya would like to meet with you, discreetly. Yes. Not as a formal interview, but personally, off the record. If you're interested, we would be happy to arrange the meeting, but of course, this has nothing to do with work. Hachijo Toya wants to meet Kotobuki Yukari. Just like how I realized that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, did she use my name to figure out my identity? The Rokenjima mystery has been called one of the greatest social phenomena at the turn of the century. That uproar, which dragged in enthusiasts from across the world, suddenly subsided after an event held by Hachijo Toya, where she was going to unveil the diary of Oshiramiya Eva, which contained the truth. Though she had set up the event herself, she then outrageously disappeared without releasing the contents of the diary, drawing harsh criticism for doing so. However, a very obvious feeling had been revived in the public sphere. That it had been prying into a terrible accident with many victims purely out of curiosity. And so, the frenzy surrounding the Rokonjima mystery had been faded away quietly. Okay, so here's how I read it. So people getting obsessed with the Rokonjima shit in the Umineko lore is like when weirdos are like super obsessed with like serial killers today. So like, I don't know, like there are like some weirdos that are like super obsessed with like Columbine or like Ted Bundy. It's like that. That's how I'm like perceiving it personally. And so the frenzy surrounding the Rokonjima mystery had faded away quietly. Hachijo Toi. No, Itoi Kukuro. She caught the public eye as a forger of Rokonjima mysteries. She claimed to have reached the truth and released groundbreaking works of fiction, one after another. She became famous as the driving force behind the Rokonjima mystery. After realizing that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, I went to her publishing company to ask for an interview, but I didn't get one. At the time, I despised her. Back in the beginning, I thought she might have used the Rokonjima mystery as a publicity stunt to advance herself, but now I feel a bit grateful to her. If she hadn't refused to show the diary in such an outrageous way, the Rokonjima catbox might still be playing the plaything of countless goats. She was indeed a forger who had toyed with the catbox, and I still had an uneasy feeling about her. However, at the same time, she was the only one who, practically speaking, allowed Rokonjima to rest in peace. And did she really reach the truth? How had she reached something that seemed so infinitely close to the truth, even from my perspective? Even now, after all these years, that's something I've wanted to know. What do you think, Miss Kurabuki? Of course, this is not an urgent request. I was told to tell you to take your time in making your decision, if you wish. I understand. Does Hachijo Toya live near the city? I was told that a meeting near here would be satisfactory at any time. I see. In that case, can I ask you to arrange a meeting for us in a quiet coffee shop next Sunday? Ah, as you wish. Thank you very much. I believe Hachijo will be delighted as well. I have one condition. Yes, whatever you say. I'm not going to discuss business, so please refrain from sending anyone from the editing department. But of course, we will do as you say. Madam Hachijo and I will meet alone. Just the two of us. Can I count on you to keep that promise? Well, as to that, we would appreciate if you kept this quiet, but what is it? Well, the truth is, the works of Hachijo Toya were written by two people. To the outside world, those books are written by a single female author, but there is actually a second author, a male one. The pair of them asked for a chance to meet you. Yay! As soon as I heard that, I felt a premonition. How would Hachijo Toya, a person with no connections to the Ushiramiya family, manage to write about it in such detail? I was already feeling a premonition of a certain kind of miracle. When I left on my journey, I abandoned the name of Ushiramiya Anji and stepped into a new life. By now, things have settled down, but when the Sumadera family was still a threat, I wanted to distance myself from that name. Thanks to that, no one was able to get in touch with the new me anymore. However, now that Sakutaro's adventure has caught the public eye this year and made the name of Kotobuki Yukari famous, maybe it finally reached his ears. I used to play with a lion stuffed animal called Sakutaro, along with Maria One-chan. If those who knew just connected the name Sakutaro with my name, it's only natural that they'd figure out who I was. The number of people who would be able to recognize me from that was very, very small. This person was so well versed in detective novels, in a man. I can only think of one person who matched. After all, I knew just how many detective novels he had piled up in his room from the time when his effects were gone through. It was almost the time we had arranged for our meeting. Am I gonna see Battler in Beatrice as like old and in love? Because that would make me like a really happy man. My heart was racing, almost like a girl in love for the first time. I don't know how to perceive anything at this point. At the very instant that Vern kept her promise. At the very instant that the arranged time came, I heard the sound of the chime on the door. And they appeared. Oh! What is that fucking yee-ass haircut? Who the fuck is Chicho Toya? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. My eyes immediately... What if it's their daughter? My eyes immediately fixed on the man in the wheelchair. And right away, I saw the traces that remained on his face. There's no doubt about it. He's my brother. My brother, Ushira Miya Battler. When our eyes met, he gave a little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. It was a somewhat exaggerated and silly way for a pair of siblings to greet each other after several decades apart. However, my mind was already blank. The miracle I had waited for all this time is now a reality. Are you Miss Kotobuki Yukari? Yes, I am. And you two must be Chijo Toya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for letting us borrow your precious today. My name is Hichijo Ikuko. I am mostly in charge of the actual writing. This is Toya. He mostly handles the drafting. Though the woman who called herself Akuko was far older than me, she seemed to be unbelievably youthful. It wasn't because she was good with makeup or dressed like a younger woman. It feels strange to say it. There was a strange mystique about her, as though she was immortal and never aging. Then I quickly remembered that she had introduced my brother as Toya. What does Ikuko mean then? Nurturing child. Maybe she is their child. Maybe she's Beatrice and Battler's child. That makes sense. I don't know. Maybe she died and she's, I don't know. Pardon me for asking, but are you two married? We are not married, but we have been together for a long time. True, looking back on it, it really has been a long time. My brother smiled as he spoke. When I learned that, at least for him, those long decades hadn't been a period of isolation and loneliness, I felt an incredible sense of pain, peace, and relief. Before I knew it, he was staring back into my face. Well, I was just 6 years old the last time we met. It must be hard for him to find any traces he can recognize. However, I'm sure he'll recognize something just the same. We kept stealing glances at each other and looking away like a couple on a blind date. We were both at an age where our outside appearances mattered to us. Even though we both knew we wouldn't let our polite exterior falter, this humorous exchange was extremely embarrassing. I thought it would be a fated reunion, that we would hold each other and sob with tears of gratitude together. However, reality seemed to be different. But that's fine. It feels like my heart will explode with happiness. Let's take our orders. Is coffee okay? What does everyone want? I'd prefer something that isn't so bitter. How about you, Miss Kotobuki? Oh, I don't mind. I guess I'll have cafe au lait. How stiff we're all being. Even my brother seemed to be finding it amusing by now. Well now, when she said that, my brother and I fell silent and sat up straight. How should I start? Or will we start with you, Toya? I'll go first. I'm the one who pushed so hard for this meeting, after all. As he spoke, he watched me calmly. I came here today thinking that you might be a certain person. Her name is Ushira Angie. When I read your works and heard your name, I was sure that you were her. That's right. I love how the name has changed. How long has it been since I last used that name? My true name is Ushira Angie. I gave the exaggerated bow that I'd gotten so used to these long years. We've both aged, haven't we, Oni-chan? I whispered this in my heart. Now it was my turn. With a quick apology, I fished around in my handbag and took out a photo. Aww! That's so cute! It was a picture from a trip I'd taken to an amusement park with Battler Oni-chan. I had many other pictures of us having a good time, but this one had the best shot of his face. I looked between him and the photo. There was no longer any room for doubt. Mr. Toya, your true name is Ushiramiya Battler-san, isn't it? Nope. The hands of the clock inside me stopped. I wanted him to answer with a yes. Even though I was already so sure, I was still about to burst with the tension. And then, when that instant that seemed so far too long ended, my brother answered. That's right. Unconsciously, I stared at my brother's face. With unbelievable quickness, he acknowledged that he was Ushiramiya Battler. My eyes immediately filled and overflowed with tears. I took out a handkerchief and wiped them away, but I couldn't hold them back. Oni-chan was alive, after all. So why didn't he come back to me right away? If he had been there during my darkest days, it would have meant so much to me. Normally, for the thought would have made me curse my brother, but by now even that emotion was softened. After all, now that I was faced with the miracle of being reunited with Oni-chan, everything I'd felt before fell away with my tears. At this moment, I was happy. I was never alone. I worked so hard for decades with that belief in my heart. And now I've finally been rewarded. By now, I couldn't even stop my tears. For some time, I continued to sob and sniffle. Watching this, my brother hung his head apologetically. Why didn't he come back to me sooner? It looked as though he was feeling regret for that. I'm sure he had some sort of reason. He's probably here to tell me about it and apologize. Already, just by him introducing himself to me today, everything inside me has been washed clean with tears. That's great writing. Sorry. It must be embarrassing you. No, it's only to be expected. For several decades, you've been waiting all alone, believing that your family would return. I did believe. I believed you would come home. I held out my hand weakly, and my brother slowly held his out too. Then, I gripped his hand. Regardless of how many long years had passed, it was, without a doubt, my brother's hand. Once more, I struggled. I had to struggle to hold back the tears. Wow. Aunt Ava avoided the explosion accident by escaping to Kuwadorian. How did you escape the accident, Oni-san? On that day, I escaped through the underground passage. The one that goes to Kuwadorian? I was told an underground passage led to a hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island. However, the place we escaped to is a submarine base, not Kuwadorian. I still don't know if Kuwadorian's real. I don't know why my brother entered the underground passage on that day. At any rate, he went into this underground passage, and unlike Aunt Ava, he escaped to the submarine base. And there, he escaped the explosion and survived. After that, I got away on a motorboat. However, it must have capsized somewhere along the way. It must have? Please forgive him. Toya suffers from memory loss. His memory from around the time he was drowning in the ocean is hazy. Could it be that he forgot he was Yushironiya Battler for a while? That's correct. Yes, that explains nearly all the riddles. My brother escaped from the explosion, but either his boat capsized during his escape from the island or he fell overboard. Afterwards, he must have drifted somewhere, wandering about half-conscious and probably got into a traffic accident. On that day, he was lying on the road. If she had found me even a little later, I probably would have opened my eyes again. Wouldn't have opened my eyes again. I believed you suspected that I was the one who hit you for quite some time. Hey, I've already apologized for that. This explains pretty much everything. Either because of the time he nearly drowned or because of the traffic accident. My brother's memory was damaged. His memory probably came back eventually. However, by that time, I had already set foot into my new life as Korobuki Yukari. Only a handful of people, including President Okonogi, knew where I was. Even if my brother wanted to contact me, there was a very good chance that he wouldn't be able to. Ironically, the name I abandoned when I decided to live in the future delayed my reunion with my brother for so long. In that sense, I am responsible. I did it to myself. However, I'm sure I received the messages my brother sent me. That message was Itoi Kukuro. I realized that Itoi Kukuro, the forger who claimed to have reached the truth, was actually Hachijo Toya. Then, I requested a meeting with her through the publishing company to question her about why she was so sure she'd reached the truth. However, I wasn't granted a meeting. In the end, I heard nothing from them, and it's taken all these decades for me to meet Hachijo Toya. If the publishing company had only passed my message on, we could have been reunited so much sooner. However, at the time, I was just a bourgeois girl who liked to throw money around. Why would they pass on my message when I just barged in with no introduction and demanded to meet the famous and popular Hachijo Toya? We probably crossed paths several times. And just one of those had worked out. If we had been able to meet, just how much would my life have changed? But this was fate. God had decided that a few decades were needed before this sibling reunion. And during that time, my brother became one half of a mystery novelist. I became a writer of adventure novels for children. You could say that we achieved success in society. This is fucky, because if you remember my rib theory from, like, episode 5, I kind of was on something with the genre shit, I feel. I don't think that theory is actually that bad, now that I think back on it. My brother and I were being reunited after becoming successful. Now, I could do nothing but thank God for bringing about this miracle. Maybe it was God's will that we would be reunited after achieving success as novelists. Back then, I was nameless, and so I never got through to you. We've met now because we've both become famous as authors. I think all of this was God's will. At the time, we heard through the publishing company that you wanted to have an interview with us. They said that a fan who discovered Itoi Kukuro's true identity wanted to talk to her. You must have had dozens of fans dying for an interview. You couldn't possibly go to meet all of them. No. They let us know that your name was Ushiramiya Angie. At the time, I had realized that Toya's true name was Ushiramiya Battler, so I thought you should give him a chance to meet him. I refused. My brother said that to me. What did you say? I refused because I didn't want to meet you. Once more, my brother spoke clearly. I was completely confused. I could only sit there in shock and silence, waiting for the words that were sure to follow. I believe I already mentioned that Toya suffered from memory loss. And then, one day... Why did you refuse when you knew it was me? I cut through Ikuko's words and questioned him directly. What reason could my brother have for rejecting me? I couldn't think of anything. That unpleasant emotion brought up long-forgotten feelings of anger inside of me. You must have known that your little sister was living all alone, being crushed by loneliness. So why? Why did you refuse to meet? My brother hung his head. It seemed more like he was lost for words than apologetic. There was nothing shy about his appearance, and I questioned him again in an even louder voice. When I asked for an appointment with Hachijo Toya, Itoi Kukuro was already famous as a forger. Why did Itoi Kukuro's forgeries reach the truth? It's obvious. My brother, Ushiramiya Battler, explained to her what happened on the island in detail. So the appearance of Itoi Kukuro proves that my brother's memory had returned. Therefore, he can't excuse himself by saying that he didn't remember me. In fact, in reality, he didn't try to make excuses. On the contrary, he's openly said that he refused to meet me, even though he knew who I was. Looking back, I regret what I did. You regret it? Did you even ever try thinking about how I felt? For decades, for most of my life. Do you realize what feelings I have had to live with? Various emotions swirled inside of me. I realized that I wasn't in control of them anymore. I could only moan to prevent myself from saying something I'd regret. I feel deeply ashamed for doing something so cruel to you. That's why I've searched for you ever since then. For your sake and for mine, I should have met you much earlier. Then why wouldn't you meet me then? Miss Kotobuki, as I said before, his memory is damaged. Was damaged. No, perhaps I should say that his brain was damaged. It's an after effect of the accident. But his memory came back just the same, didn't it? Yes, his memory came back. However, that did not remove the after effects of the damage. I have Ushiramiya Battler's memories. However, because of the damage to my brain, I can't think of those as my own. Can't think of those as your own? Yes. It's true that my memory of my escape from the island is still hazy. However, I remembered almost everything else. Like how those pink hair ornaments of yours that you treasure so much were something I won for you at the game corner in that amusement park. Yes, that's right. They're a treasure from when I was a child. I still keep them with me in my handbag. I remember a lot more besides that. I remember you giving Mom trouble because you hated eating seaweed. I remember that you tried to move it to my plate and tricked her. And if you remember so much, then why can't you think of those memories as your own? That's the result of the damage to my brain. I've been to several hospitals, but it didn't do any good. You probably can't understand it. You can't know how painful it is to have your mind suddenly filled with the memory of a man you don't know. He was terrified that he wasn't himself anymore. His mind was filled with the memories of a man he didn't recognize, and they threatened to crush and overwhelm him. They must have been his own lost memories. However, his brain couldn't accept those as his own. Those days were painful, terrifying. It felt like my mind was being invaded. Tonight, when I turn off the lights and go to sleep, maybe I will never wake up again. Maybe a different man will wake up tomorrow morning and start living life in my body. I can't count the nights that this terror tormented me. Several times he tried to convince himself that they were his real memories. He told himself that he was Ushiramiya Battler over and over again. But nothing worked. Here I am me, Hachijo Toya. No matter how much Ushiramiya Battler's memories flow into my mind, to me, they're the memories of another person. No! You need to use magic, Battler! You and Angie right here can agree that you are Angie, and that you are Battler, and that you are siblings, and that you love each other. Just freaking come together. I couldn't accept Ushiramiya Battler. You need to accept him. He's real. He existed. As Ushiramiya Battler said this, he hung his head and his eyes turned red. Then, one day, when he was caught between himself and the other self, he couldn't accept he had a fit. Fortunately, his life was spared, but the after effects forced him to spend his life in a wheelchair. Self-explanation of magic ending. Okay. You mean he... Now I know why he showed up in that wheelchair. And now I know why he refused to meet with me. He was afraid that I would call him Big Brother. He was terrified of meeting me, fearful that the part of himself that wasn't him would still grow further in his mind. Even so, he fought. He felt that, since Ushiramiya Battler was inside him, it was his responsibility to meet you. Thinking that, he kept on fighting in the space between his two cells. And then he had a fit. After something like that, it was only natural that Ikuko would tell him that he didn't need to remember Ushiramiya Battler anymore. Bit by bit, he tried to forget that he was once Ushirimiya Battler. Doctor's instructions and medication. With that and Ikuko's diligent care, he slowly began to regain his peace of mind. Even so, I thought I would have to meet you sooner or later. To be honest, I didn't even get a wink of sleep last night. I was scared of meeting you. If I met you, would I die? Yes, I was afraid. However, here I am, talking to you, normally. That's why I regret what I did. If only I could have met with you earlier. You, the Ushirimiya Battler inside of me, might not have had to suffer for all those years. Just thinking that makes me feel so sorry. As the one who was once Ushirimiya Battler said this, he broke down crying. I already understood, so it really was true. Ushirimiya Battler did die that day. After all, didn't the witches say that he was dead so often with the red truth? How pathetic for the Witch of Resurrection, the Witch of the future, who swore that everyone would be together always. Toya-san, please raise your head. Miss Kotobuki. They realized why I had called him Toya-san. By calling him by that name, I myself felt the agitation in my heart subside a little. Thank you. You must have suffered so much. Thank you, Mr. Toya. Thank you, Nisan. Thanks for pushing yourself so hard to come here today. Holding hands, we brought our foreheads close and cried together for a while. Then we talked of the old days. He remembered many things vividly, even things that I couldn't remember myself. Each time, they made me cry even harder, and he hung his head apologetically. I realized how much this hurt him, so I kept nodding in encouragement, with a strange look on my face, something between a sob and a smile. Even if he isn't Ushirimiya Battler, my Oni-chan came back to me. Welcome home, Oni-chan. Wow. I had to fucking pee again. It's all this coffee I drank. It's my bad. My bad, gang. I'll be right back. I'll make it quick.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Let's keep crying. It had already gotten dark outside. Even though he had come from far away, he was willing to stay as late as this. We left the store. It's probably best if I don't meet with Mr. Toya again. Why not? Okay, whatever. It will cause him pain. Of course, I find myself bound to the past again. Even so, just one more time. There was one place left I felt I had to show him. Mr. Toya, would you mind meeting with me just one last time? There's a place I feel I need to show you. Sure, I don't mind. From my handbag, I pulled an invitation written on a folded up piece of A4 paper. A pair of them, spread it out. My. Oh, this looks like a splendid event. Come to think of it, you've been involved in a lot of things besides novels, haven't you? Would you lend me your time just once more on that day? That way, I think both me and my brother will be satisfied. I think it might also be a chance for you to free yourself from the weight of my brother's memory, Mr. Toya. I don't believe we have plans for them, as long as we can finish the afterword for the book. Okay, Miss Kotobuki. We'd be happy to join you. Thank you, Mr. Toya. This is fucking awesome. The cold October night was a reminder that winter was approaching. The two people who called themselves Hachijo Toya visited the city once again by Angie's invitation. A car stopped in front of a large building. Ikuko unfolded the wheelchair with a practiced hand, lent a shoulder to Toya as he got out of the passenger seat and helped him into the chair. It looks splendid. The Fukuin house. Yo, the Fukuin house, it's real! It's my first time coming here, but I know it well. I believe it's the institution for children that was funded by the Ushiramiya family. Madam Ikuko, Mr. Toya, allow us to welcome you to the Fukuin house. They were welcomed by Angie and some staff members. This was the Fukuin house, a welfare institution for unfortunate children who had lost their parents. In the past, this institution had been established thanks to Ushiramiya Kinzo's support. However, that support had been interrupted, and the Fukuin house had been forced to shut down for a time. Decades passed, and now the institution would be revived. Revived by the hand of Kotobuki Yukari. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Kotobuki. Thank you for inviting us. The two of us want you to have this. It's not much, but I hope the children enjoy it. That's not the reason I invited you here. My apologies. Don't worry about that. The tales of the future are always woven by children. After all, without them, the tale of humans will not continue. Children are treasures, so please let this be useful. Thank you very much. We have a form for donations, so if it isn't too much trouble. The Fukuin house had drastically remodeled in the recent years, in the hopes that the children would one day be able to remember this as a fun place. Angie used her own money to massively remodel it into a beautiful establishment. By now, she had accumulated a lot of wealth as a novelist, but even without that, she had been saving up
saving the tens of millions of yen she got from the Yoshiramiya group each year under the name of living expenses. This money had been used to generously to help the children. Ko is a child. Okay. This is so sweet. When they came to the entrance hall, a cheerful scene was spread before them. There were pictures and crafts created by children. Every corner was filled with things on display. The contrast between this elegant building and the school atmosphere was amusing. The yells and laughter of kids running around drifted in from the distance. I imagine that many of the children come here hanging their heads in sorrow. To think that they could laugh like that, you really have done something great. Anyone can use a mind to create a future and find their fragments of happiness. This is a witch's school for teaching that magic. Oh! The witch's dormitory from Sakutaro's Great Adventure? How embarrassing. So you read it too. We read straight through it right after our last meeting. I really must bow my head, not only to your talent as a writer, but to your warm heart. How embarrassing. This way, straight to the end. Pushing Toya's wheelchair, we advanced through the corridor and reached the great doors at the end. The happy voices of children came from the other side. Apparently, this is where tonight's party was being held. There were several jack-o'-lanterns cut out of origami. Tonight was the Fukuin House's Halloween party. Here you are, Mr. Toya. I see, so it's a trick-or-treat. He was handed a bag filled with candy. A teacher warned him in a small voice to watch out for rampaging children. Haven't had anything to do with them for years. Please tell the children stories of dreams. All of us welcome guests here. That's tricky. What should I tell them? When you're handing in your manuscript, choose your publishing reading is hard. Choose your publishing company wisely. Don't pay attention to reader polls. Then I'll open the doors. The children are waiting. Angie opened the large double doors. The symbology there is very noted. The opening of doors seems to be like a very reoccurring thing. Am I? No, I think, nope, I'm not. That's me totally fucking cornbreading, or whatever the phrase is called, or corn plating. I'm corn plating this game again. I gotta stop corn plating fucking Umineko. This is... At the sight of the hall, Toya opened his mouth wide-eyed in wide-eyed shock. This was the great hall of the Ushiramiya mansion. No, that's impossible. This is definitely the Fukuin house, but its hall was just like the one in the Rokonjima mansion. What a splendid hall. This is a replica of the hall in the Ushiramiya mansion on Rokonjima. Yes, I reproduced it as well as my memory would let me. The details might be wrong. No, this really is the hall of the Ushiramiya mansion on that day. And then, Toya's eyes fixed on something at the other side of the room. It was a portrait. A portrait of Rokonjima's other master. It's exactly the same as my memories. The artist hired by Ushiramiya Kinzo to paint the portrait had a photo. I had him draw it again based on that. I was simply frozen in shock. The large table was filled with Halloween party food and surrounded with children stuffing themselves. The teacher said, Everyone, we have guests! The children all looked at us at once, then stood up and ran forward. Their broad smiles at the arrival of this long-awaited guest enveloped me. The smiles and eyes of the children welcomed me. Yeah, I know. I know all your faces. It's been so long. Far too long. I'm finally here at last. Welcome home, sir. It took your time. We have been waiting for you. Welcome home, Battler. Welcome home. You seem well. Battler-kun. Oh, you're looking well. Welcome home. Are you? Welcome home, Battler. We've all been waiting for you. Oh, Battler-san.
The guest of honor has finally arrived.
Oh, welcome home, Shay. Welcome home, sir.
Oh, Lord Battler.
Welcome home, Battler-san.
Welcome home.
Welcome.
Oh, take your time, Battler.
It's a lot. I don't think each of them needs to say something. Everyone has been revived in the Golden Land. Everybody has been revived in the Golden Land. Everything has been revived. You've kept me waiting, Battler. Battler! You've kept me waiting, Battler. Sorry, I showed up pretty late. What are you doing sitting on a wheelchair like that? Come on, I'll give you a hand. So straighten up. Fast. Slowly grasp that hand that goes to his feet. We could have reached here in episode 3. Listen, all of us are friendly here. Tonight the Golden Land will be resurrected in this place. An explosive applause greeted Battler. Everyone was there. Everyone. Yeah, I'll have to reread this with all this freaking shit in mind eventually. Gosh. I'm so happy. I need to clean my fucking computer screen. It's so schmutzig. Alright, seal the cat box. Seal it away forever. Wow. Holy fuck. Okay, well, I've been reading this since August, and I really think it would be really hard for me to make, like, some big soapboxy speech, but wow, what a fucking game. It's so rare that you see a game just so invested in its own message that, like, hope is possible. This was such a phenomenal experience, and there's, I don't think, anything quite else like this that I've experienced in my life. What a great work of fiction. I almost want to recontextualize Umineko as Battler remembering this shit so he could have that conversation with Angie. That is a popular interpretation? Okay. It seems there could be a lot of ways to interpret this, though. We still have to read the other ending, which I think is going to be the bad ending, and then we're going to finish with the confessions video. So we still got a while with you guys. We're not done yet. Round booster architecture. God, what an experience. I hope the second time I play this, it's gonna be I'm just gonna kick ass and pick names. But obviously, I'm gonna need an Umineko break for months after this. I'll be trying to stream other shit. Yeah. That's a great way to... just processing a lot of that Hachijo Toya shit and I think my favorite aspect of Umineko is a tie between the character at work and just how well the concept of mystery novels and epistemology. Yeah, it's great. I offer up this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice. That's everything. That's everything. That's fucking everything, gang. Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You will find these new features on the title screen. There's our music box. Oh, wait. This is such a visual novel thing to have. Obviously, my next visual novel will be Had a Full Boyfriend. And I hope you guys will enjoy my Had a Full Boyfriend stream. I'm joking. I do want to reread Had a Full Boyfriend, which is a visual novel I read when I was maybe 15. So maybe that's gonna be a fun one. It's weird as fuck. The niche peak fiction called Doki Doki Literature Club. Very niche Doki Doki. Okay, let's see what the other ending was. What if somebody just totally missed the point of Beatrice? This is the alternate ending. Where, oh, this is bullshit. You know what? Fuck it. I love the truth. Fuck you. If your answer is magic, open this door. If it's a trick, then open that door. I'm gonna just turn on voice acting. I'm not gonna read this. I'm just gonna see what happens. I already decided upon my answer. Battler looks... I walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. Then, I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then the key in the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I chose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back.
さよならじゃない。
It's the same so far, I think.
私はいつまでもみん
Until
なと
he
一
enters
緒。
the room.
ああ、お前は振り返らない。だけど俺たちはいつだってお前のすぐ後ろにいるから。
そんなの
So
じゃ
I'm
ない。
reading faster than the voice acting again.
私それでも信じてるから。絶対にみんなが帰ってきて全員揃うって信じてるから。
エンジ。
それでよい。エンジ、再びそなたのもとに我ら一同が揃う日が来るのを
I'm expecting
楽
this
し
to
み
be
にしている
bad.
ぞ。
エンジよ、我が可愛い孫よ。
Kawaii.
しばしの別れだ。
I like my Kinzo voice more.
ほれ、これを忘れるでないぞ。あのクイズパーティーの景品であるぞ。
A gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned to a Beatrice doll.
ソファーの上で目覚めたとき、これが転がってたっけ。これって景品だったのね。
This was my prize.
未来へ持ち帰って大切にしろい。
ありがとうみんな。
I took a step forward into the future. I won't say goodbye. So, see you later. We'll always be together. I'm reading it, but I'm pretty sure this is the bad ending. Beatrice, Battler, and Harry Dubois guard the gate to my heart. God, I can't wait to play Disco Elysium again. It's gonna be so fun. That's probably gonna start, like... To be honest, I could stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm probably just gonna take the day off tomorrow. And then we'll probably start Disco Elysium Monday. Or Tuesday. We'll see. Whatever I feel like. A strong wind blew through my hair. My nose was filled with the smell of the sea. I must have been standing still for a very long time. This is a point cutting through the sea. I was standing on the bow of a boat. I was still holding that thing. That's what he sounds like? He sounds like a total fuckboy.
天草。じゃあここは。
見えてきたぞ。あそこがかつての後ろ宮家の船着き場だ。
Oh. Really?
跡形も残ってませんぜ。
そういうこと。ここに戻ってきたのね。随分と長い白チューム。いえ、遠大な寄り道だったこと。
No matter what sort of tales are woven or written about the past, they have nothing to do with my tale of the future. I swore to live looking only at the future, without turning back. If swearing that has any purpose, then this hasn't all been just a daydream. Yeah, that would make sense with like a lot of the shit we've seen with like Sakutaro or her and Mammon. Just like that idea of creating someone to protect you. Like it's there. I see what you guys are coming from. And besides, I've brought back many things with me from that long side trip. Some of those are even immediately useful.
さすがにこれは役に立たないわね。
I No.
なんですそれ。
未練よ。古い殻を私は脱ぎ捨てたの。
懐かしき六軒島を前に心機一転ってわけですかい？
違うわ。後ろ宮エンジェっていう人間をやめたってことよ。
ん？
I won't waste that long journey. That would be fucking hilarious. I now have a new way to live. And that isn't as the human called Ushiramiya Anji. I am reborn.
船長、悪いけどちょっと席を外してもらえるかしら。
ん？ああ、すまん。
No, he's
Come
Mr.
on,
Krabs.
Sure, whatever you say.
No, he's like a pirate. He's not Mr. Krabs. Captain Kawabata went down into the driver's area.
なんですお嬢。気難しい顔して。
私、新しい人生をこれから踏み出そうと思うの。
すでに踏み出してますぜ。
そうね。後ろ宮家のめんどくさいのをすべて売り払ってどこかに寄付でもしたらきれいさっぱり清々するわ。
Yeah.
それで私は後ろ宮エンジェという殻を全部脱ぎ去れる。
莫大な金が思いのままってのにもったいねえことです。
いいじゃない。私がいらないって言ってるんだから。
そりゃそうですがね。ただ、お嬢が
This is not actually gonna be a bad ending. Like, were both endings valid?
例えば、
後ろ宮グループの株式とか。
そうです。お嬢にとってはただの紙切れでしょうが、でっかい会社の命運を揺さぶりかねない暴挙ですぜ。んなことされたらうちのボスもたまらんでしょうぜ。
ええ、知ってるわ。スマデラ家もそう。おこのぎ社長たちもそう。私に自由気ままでいられちゃ困る連中が大勢いるものね。
エンジェさんはまごうことなき VIP です。
Veep.
派手なことは慎んで、ここはおとなしく隠れてる方がいいかと思うんですがね。
その VIP エンジェを好き放題にさせない一番手っ取り早い方法って何かしら。
さて、どんな方法がありますやら。まあ、酒でも飲んで腹を割って。
私の旅の最終目的地が六軒島であることは誰にでも予測可能だわ。そして六軒島は今や完全なる無人島。
Dun 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 dun.
誰も存在しない。誰にも見られず聞かれない。今日は最高の密室日和。
What? Is she setting up a closed room mystery with herself?
そりゃまあ確かに。
スマデラ家が私を追っているわ。おこのぎ社長のところにもタイミングよく押しかけてきた。私があそこにいた情報は売られているのよ。
うちのボスが売ったと？
Yeah.
なのにボディーガードをつけますかい？
To keep an eye on you.
私がどんな気まぐれを起こすかわからない以上、おこのぎ社長は私とスマデラ家の双方に貸しを作りたい。だったら私の情報を売りつつ紙一重で私を逃がし、
Okay, so she's accusing Okonogi of playing both sides to his
勝負カー
benefit.
ドを手中にしたまま私にもスマデラ家にも恩が売れるわ。
そりゃ考えすぎです。
Amakusa wore a forced smile, trying to smooth things over.
スマデラ家は確実に私を追っているわ。 私の行動は意図的に彼らにリークされているもの。そして六軒島で私たちは鉢合わせになる。そして私は連中に殺される。そしてあんたはスマデラ家のヒットマンを返り討ちにして、おこのぎ社長はスマデラ家に対し交渉のカードを得る。
What the fuck?
私が死ねば後ろ宮グループは当面安泰。その上スマデラ家には釘も刺せる。さらに言えばスマデラ家も持て余し気味の過激派の急先鋒霞おばさんをきれいな形で処分できる。両者は痛み分けで手打ちしてめでたしめでたし。
She's like looking into like the 1998 politics very deeply right now.
ひゅう、なかなか面白いシナリオですぜ。
あんたの持ち込んだあのゴルフバッグ、中身を改めさせてもらっ
It's a
たわ。
fucking gun.
すごいわね。戦争でも始めそうな
It's
すごい
multiple
銃ばか
guns?
り。
What the fuck?
でもあれは
I
狙
thought it was
撃
just
銃
a sniper rifle.
常に私に寄り添っているはずのボディーガードに必要な銃なのかしら。
That is actually a very good point that I hadn't considered.
何が起こるかわかりませんもので。
常に軽装であることが望まれるボディーガードがその役割を一日放棄してまで六軒島に渡る直前に調達する必要のある銃かしら。
お嬢、考えすぎですぜ。
Okay.
私が六軒島に着いたら一人でゆっくり墓参りをするといいというような感じにして私を一人にする。それは餌。すでに六軒島で待ち構えているスマデラ霞たちを釣り上げる餌。
What the
あ
fuck?
とはあんたがあのバカでかい銃で一網打尽にしておしまいよ。
一網打尽、結構じゃねえですかい。ちゃんと護衛になってますぜ。
ゴルフバッグには最新式の狙撃銃の他にドイツ製の新型短機関銃も入っていた。
便利ですぜ。スマデラ家が何人来ようが一網打尽です。
もう一丁あった。それは拳銃。狙撃銃も短機関銃も最新式の素晴らしいものなのに、その拳銃だけは嫌に古ぼけていた旧式だった。
Where's she going with this?
これを
Whoa! Whoa! Angie pulled the handgun out and pointed it at Amakusa.
おやめなさい。笑えませんぜ。
拳銃は常に身につけておくものでしょう。なのになぜさらにもう一丁があって、それは
Why?
こんな不釣り合いに
She's
古い
kind of
銃
fiddling
がわざ
with
わ
that
ざ
one.
用意されているの。それを説明する推理があるわ。それはスマデラ霞たちが用意している銃と同じだから。
Oh!
この銃はトカレフ、旧ソ連製の軍用拳銃で日本のアンダーグラウンドに大量に流通しているポピュラーなものだわ。
Once used by the Soviet military. Okay, never. I don't
ス
know
マデラ
anything
家が
about
用意
guns.
する武器として極めて妥
Exactly.
当。
Okay.
それにスマデラ霞が死んでくれることはスマデラ家にとっても都合がいい。スマデラ家側も情報のリーク、いえバーターに応じていると考えられる。よってスマデラ家のヒットマンが調達した銃がトカレフであることは事前に分かることが可能なのよ。
It's also like not that big of a stretch to imagine that it would be a good inference. Amakusa was speechless. Was he speechless because this was all true, or because he was stunned by the reading is hard. The determination with which Angie pointed the gun at him.
あんたの、いえ、あんたたちの企みは私を餌にスマデラ霞を無人島におびき寄せ、双方が相打ち
So
で倒れたように細工する。
basically what she's accusing Okunogi and the Sumaderas of doing is plotting with each other
and using it to eliminate their two problem pieces so that they could basically just kind of pick up the ashes and make things like much chiller with no Angie, no Kasumi.
それで小此木社長もスマデラ家も全てが丸く収まる。
A single line of cold sweat dripped down Amakusa's forehead. With the wind whipping through her hair, Angie spoke coldly.
ただこの拳銃があるだけで後ろ宮エンジェにはこの程度の
Whoa! She's doing a Erica quote here. She's just pulled up this reasoning is possible for Furudo Erica.
いかがかしら皆様方。
What the fuck is Captain Kawabata doing right now?
安全装置外れてませんぜ。
知ってるわよ。トカレフに安全装置がないことくらい。
Ooh. Holy shit, she just dropped fucking Amakusa. Amakusa tried to dive behind cover, but he couldn't outrun a bullet. It shot into his gut, making him double over in pain. Angie, who knew that he had a gun hidden in his pocket, then eliminated his chances of a counterattack by shooting him again. Blood spurted from Amakusa's forehead, and he did not close his eyes again.
お医者でなくてもできる。世界で一番簡単で確実。
Man, she's giving fucking Erica right
検視の
now.
方法ね。
Oh my god, she's gonna kill Kawabata too. Kawabata stuck his head out and his face went pale when he saw the gruesome scene on the deck. This time, Angie pointed the barrel of the gun at his forehead.
船の都合があるので時間が欲しい。あなたはそう言ったわ。でも、あなたが買収されているならば、それはスマデラカス
Oh
ミ
my
が
god,
六
she
軒
is
島
about
で
to
待ち
kill
伏
him
せ
too.
するための時間稼ぎだと断言で
This
きる。
is fucked up. This is the bad ending.
知らんぞ。何のことかわからん。
あなたという猫箱の中に買収されて裏切ったあなたと裏切ってないあなたの二人が共存しているわ。
I have a feeling this Angie hates cat boxes.
その片方の裏切ったあなたを殺す方法は
よせ。嘘だ。
猫箱ごとあなた
Oh
を
my
撃ち殺せばいいんだわ。
Jesus. The boat's owner slumped over backwards and fell. Then, with a second bullet, she performed a perfect examination of his corpse. That's great writing. She had survived. Angie learned to become the truth detective from the game. Yeah. Surely she had survived the web-like conspiracy that had been wrapped around her so cleverly. Angie returned to the bow of the boat, faced the strong winds head-on, and peered into the future in front of her. The boat whose owner was gone headed towards the endless horizon, on and on in a straight line. She prayed that the truth she truly desired to reach lay before her. Then she heard the sounds of clapping. The sound of clapping on a boat where Amakusa and the captain were no more. However, Angie didn't look surprised. She calmly and slowly turned around. Burn? Erica, okay.
お見事な推理でした。同志エンジェ。真実の魔女の同志、
This
エ
is
ンジェ・
a
ベアト
terrible
リーチェ。
ending.
あら、いたの、エリカ。
真実を暴く者がいるならば、私はどこにでもいます。
What the fuck is the truth worth, Erica? Fuck the truth.
ねえ、エリカ。
何です？
The boat had already passed by Rokonjima. The island's silhouette was now off in the distance. The boat headed towards the endless horizon, continuing on its endless journey. The new Witch of Truth announced the beginning of this endless journey to her fellow witch.
私は私なりの方法で
Jeez.
未来を切り開く。
素晴らしいことです。
その果てに私がつかめる真実はあるのかしら。
あなたが求める真実って今更何だって言うんです？
その通りだわ。真実なんて何の価値もないって私は知ったわ。そしてもう一つ分かったことがある。
何でしょう？
天草のカンパされて戸惑って悪くなかったわ。
Oh my god. Bro, Amakusa was probably fucking scared because you were pointing a fucking gun at his gesicht.
グッド。
Good though. That's fucking awful. I cannot see that ending. I have no love for that ending. That's like the cycle of violence continues ass ending. And then it has all the names of the 1998 characters, I think. Nope, it has more too. I was thinking about playing the theme song when I started the stream, but I realized I did it when I did my comeback, my little hiatus I took from while I got my shit fixed. I love this song. It's great. 8th game. Twilight of the Golden Witch. Looks like Erika won. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Chiru. That didn't happen. That's non-canon. I just did that for the achievement. I think there's an achievement for it. Yeah. I got 2 achievements there, actually, so it's so fucking worth. Okay, let's finish this stream up with the, Confessions of the Golden Witch, which is going to be a video, which I think is done in, like, the PC Umineko. Okay, that's fair. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out with me for the Umineko streams. It's been very appreciated. You're one of the many people who I've considered very fun and have got to meet along this bizarre fucking journey. So, thank you, because I will be exposing this to myself, because I have no shame. Thank you. I will be back probably Monday or Tuesday for Disco Elysium. And that's where I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to keep streaming, because this is fun. Okay, I'm going to studio mode this shit to make sure it's all correct. Window capture, I think it's... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's close Umineko as well so the seagulls aren't going to be crying anymore. Okay, gang, this is very specifically some manga spoilers. So if you don't want to figure out what happens in the Umineko manga, stop reading here. I doubt I'm ever going to read the Umineko manga, personally. Or at least I want to know what happens here so I have a better idea of Umineko as a story. I'm more interested in the whole Umineko story here than anything else. So if you don't want to figure out what happens in the Umineko manga, please do not watch this. Alright, Confessions of a Golden Witch. Of the Golden Witch. Oh, it's loud. Fuck. I'm also not going to be reading this. I love the Library of Babel type shit. Angie looks awful in the old art style. It's so funny. Okay. Red paper. CONF. Ooh, what is that gonna be? The bottle shattered in my hands. The crimson red fragment. I love this weird ass goofy song. Hi Hachijo Toya. Or Hachijo Ikuko. Wait, that's okay. Okay. Hee. Poor Battler. Where'd you go? But see, it's goofy to me that they think the message bottles come from Ushirimiya Maria, because don't they actually come from Yasu? Oh, what's And Then There Were None? That's the Agatha Christie story, I think. Ikuko kept showing over. Confessions of the Golden Witch. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is very Beatrice. Honestly, this is so cool that somebody like put this together in the style of the visual novel, even though it's from the manga. Like we're watching an interpretation of the manga, which is super cool. can't believe I'm fucking done with Umineko. It's just been part of my life for so fucking long at this point. Oh my god, that's fucking base game art gap? Holy shit. That's not her nipple. Okay. What the fuck? Jesus. Alright, this all fits in with episode 7, which I think is... I forget what Sid Salander told me, but I think they said that this happens during what's the equivalent of episode 7 in the manga. I'm not 100% sure, but they advised that I read everything first before I did this. Baroon. Oh, that's the name of the character, Baroon. Yeah, I think this is just getting us caught up on some of the episode 7 details. Kumasawa, hello. Oh, because this is being told in the base game, I have to figure out who's like voicing who, which I think I was doing a pretty good job of in episodes 1 and 2 when I read for the base game like this. But let's see if I can keep it up. Oh, the vase! Right. Yay, Battler! Oh, okay, Battler, I see you. I wish I could talk to women like Battler talks to women. Why can't I do this? This is fucked. Maybe... I'm not an incel. That's the worst fucking part. I think that's the worst fucking part. I'd rather not... No. Is it okay? This is very personal. I'm gonna stop oversharing. Spin around it. Oh god. Yeah, this is just all kind of rehashing stuff. Yeah, I think it's gonna get into its own shit soon. I think it's just in the Shannon story a little different. Oh my god. I still love this scene. This scene broke me when I read it. Oh my gosh. Traumatizing. Hamachi. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Was Rudolph fucking the children who were like in the Fukuin house? Ew. He was fucking the Fukuin maids? Fucking gross. Oh my gosh. I think there's such a personal humiliation there. There's just something so sad about hating your own body. Oh my gosh. A mirror. I really resonate with that. I have so much pity for Shannon. And that's the birth of canon. Like, this is all new. God, could you imagine how stressful it was? Ooh, he gets to be mean, too. That's why canon's so, like, distant. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Chiru. I can't believe I still said that. That's like muscle memory. Oh god. Oh god. No, 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 no. Please go away. Oh, and that's when they see her extra toe. Does she have an extra toe? Okay, that's super interesting. Oh no. Oh god, no. Oh my god, that's the last thing fucking Kinzo needs. Aw. I've seen so little of those characters in the old art style. Ew. Ew, who wanna build a future of fucking George? He's a total fucking goober. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Chiru. He did give her like the fucking hugest hat, like hint, the Chilean's shit. I never stood a chance at solving the epitaph. Utter low. Lord you. Worth the fucking well worth for fucking goofy ass fucking Kinzo. And that's when Kinzo died. Okay. That was my theory. That makes a lot of sense. I think they kind of showed it. Yeah, that's how incest works, unfortunately. No, that's not what it means. It's just that the... I feel like Natsui has like insane Catholic guilt, though. Oh. So she has like hormonal regulation. I'm Leon. I miss Leon. Prove it in red. Oh. I don't really think that's careless, though. How are we doing? So sad. Umineko no Nakukoro ni Chiru, Knocker of Truth and Illusions. I have not seen so many of these old places with the original art style. Not the original art. Actually, this is the original art style. Never mind. Horse divorce. Hell yeah, canon. Oh! Oh! That's why... Okay, that makes so much more sense. God, it's really fucked up that Shannon was sexually not sexually. I don't know about that. I just don't know. She was attracted to all of her fucking cousins. Her cousin, nephew, not nieces. Like Battler coming back. Jesus. Grouse. What a generational fucking numbskull. I don't even think I've really began the process that I'm out of Umineko after this. Hold up, I gotta... I'm so sorry. I suspected Jessica as much as I did. I made it all make sense in my head too, which is the fucked up part. Oh, this is when he's already dead and decomposing in there. That's why it smells weird in there. Yeah. I really like this part because I feel like I'm looking at the mystery from like behind the curtain, so to speak. Jesus, that's insane. Could you imagine what that would look like? He didn't honor their deaths. Like, yeah, he did. I don't think he killed them all, but I think he instigated the fight somehow. I don't remember the exact details. Oh my gosh. That's totally a thing. No, Jessica, that's not what that means. Oh! Oh, that's fucking weird. Bro, poor Jessica. I feel so bad for her. Oh! Oh my gosh, that is totally heartbreaking. I don't know, Jessica. But she gave in anyways. You're not furniture, Shannon. You're a fucking human being, and you're not gonna You're gonna feel these things. Sorry. I feel like the real, like, actual, like, message of Umineko is just go to fucking therapy. Don't kill people. Go to therapy. Oh, he gave him a mixed... Okay, so if my knowledge of 1986 courting rituals is correct, she just basically did the biggest fucking I love you. When you're making a mixtape, okay. Bro, she's double dipping love. No wonder why she's so fucking upset. She's like, actually, she's triple dipping love. You can't, she loves all her fucking cousins. All her cousin, niece, nephews. God, you would have been such a good Targaryen, Shannon. Thanks for being born. Oh my god. I'm saving that one. I'm putting that in my freaking... That's so cheesy. I'm gonna take that. George, I'm your cousin aunt. I don't think he would love you after that one. Sorry. Oh my gosh, that's a bit much. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that's so sad. Oh my god, I'm loud. I'm just trying to add a lot of commentary to this for, like, fair use purposes. Not that I particularly understand fair use, but still. Really just... What I resonate with most about Shannon is just her, like, her inner turmoil. I feel like I'm a guy who's also, like... I mean, I don't really know who... I can't speak for other people, but... I'm like a... I like to pretend to be happy a lot, but really, I'm just a freaking... total depression, like, numbskull. No, we just can't. Oh god, she fucking... This is the real red web. Oh my gosh. This is so sad. Just the amount of... This is such a complicated fucking thing she's dealing with right now. Like, she even told George her real name. Well, one of her real names. Oh, that's a nightmare. Jesus. Oh my god. I was fucking terrified. I don't think George would ever be mean. At least not, he wouldn't try to be mean. He's just kind of a douche. But she never really explained to George. I fucking hate Natsui. She killed somebody. She tried to kill 2 people. Oh, and that's where the news is. Could you imagine what that would have felt like for her? And she's dealing with all these different, like, personas created within herself that are, like, struggling to deal with, how should I deal with Battler coming back? Because she still sees Battler as, like, the one who could save her from this turmoil. But you remember that person? I remember the first person I ever had a crush on, and it's like so interesting how we're able to like build up this idea of somebody in our head. But then whenever they don't like you back, you just kind of have to like deal with that. Where does all that wasted love go? What the fuck? Red Eyes Shannon? Oh my god, this is fucking so sad. This is the red web she's caught up with. Oh my god. And that's why Canon dressed up like that. Oh my god. Ew. All the sense for Shannon. And that's when she tests it. Why the fuck? Kinzo's insane. That's like the real fucking ending. That fucking bastard's insane. Good guys. Oh my god, the way he just... What? Okay, Genji. Maybe you shouldn't enable her shitty ideas. If you really think about it, fucking Genji is like the biggest fucking enabler here. Could you? I feel like there's a good subtextual, not metatextual. I don't know what the word is. Thing for going on for like the author like writing the story with all the characters they love and just finding all these new and horrible ways to kill them. I think it's die. Oh my god. The fucked up thing is that the Sumu wasn't even his mom. I don't know, I think Goda's a Muslim cinnamon roll, whatever. Maybe fucking... What if Goda and Natsui were fucking? That would be a fucking crazy game theory. Jesus Christ, she's insane. super fucking fascinating about how she was able to manipulate it. Yeah. Because, like, Natsumi is, like, it's a total freak. Like, she's, like, super neurotic, I feel. And I think what's kind of being set up here is... Yeah. So I feel like what we're almost seeing here is the way the cat box is constructed. We can see that with the money and with through the power of Sayo's social leveraging, that she could have used that money and her position and her story to manipulate a lot of these people to do anything. So that's where the idea that the cat box exists is because with this in consideration, anything could have happened on Rokenjima. I presume we're going to read off entirely as well, yeah. She was the baddest bitch of them all. Come on, put heat out with this. Yeah, she really doesn't give a fuck. Nope, he's a wholesome cinnamon roll. I'm saying that with the red tree. He does nothing wrong. He's not like a total fucking toady. Welcome to Golden. Oh yeah, big time. Certainly. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, that's so fascinating. So just like the way people can be accomplices in a way that's not actually like the minigame Burn played, where innocent people can't necessarily help with accomplices. Like this is showing that no, this isn't necessarily the truth. Like Natsui was someone who was manipulated in episode 5. all they did? Remove the fucking switchboard? It's crazy. The phones probably would have worked. Wow, she was so fucking planned out for it. This is insane. Get the fuck out of Labubu hell. Shit. God damn, just get chill pill. Ooh, who is that? Who is she talking to? Oh, yo. And that's how Lambda knows. Try to stop. Oh, I'm so right. Yes. Which she did as well. And because she has both master, I never even... Oh, she did that on purpose. That was all what she had planned. Oh! She was doing some crazy outfit changes here. I'm so... That's crazy. Exactly, that's what it's about. I never even considered that he could be fake. As long as the servants were all in. Of course. She would kill my ass. I'm not that smart. I know nothing about murder mysteries. This is why I'm not a detective. Or a lawyer. Red Eyes Cannon. I like how they don't expose everything though, so there is like shit to figure out. Okay, this is a weird pivot, Beatrice. Sayo. This is super fucking insane. That's so fucked. Wow. No! They're your family, you fucker! No, it's not! You need therapy! You need SSRIs! Take a fucking breath mint. Chill. Fuck you, Beatrice. Let fucking Sayo be happy. Sayo, Beatrice is just like the ideal self you've created to like fit Battler's like love ideal. Fuck you. At least that Beatrice is. But it's funny, it was solved by a hint given by fucking... Yeah, okay. So that's what she wanted to happen, but I don't think it happened. Or at least not as she had thought it would. For some reason, I assumed she dumped all the bottles over time and not at once. What you got left? A couple minutes? Yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't. This is so fascinating. I'm not gonna go much long after this. I'm just gonna give like my spiel and that'll be it. When the seagulls cry. Damn. Okay, I think that's it. Wait, is there a credit here, actually? I really hope there's a credit so I can credit somebody for having made this. My Natsumi kid. That was the mangaka. Shout out to Archie. But they only made the sprites, so I don't know who made the video. Okay, so that provided some very good information. So I'm gonna assume this is the person that made that. Alright, well, that's Umineko, gang. That didn't, like, take over my life for 8 months, like, since August. It has been so much of a pleasure to meet so many people in the Umineko community who have been kind and left such nice messages or just helped me kind of like figure out this goofy mystery. It's been a pleasure to meet a bunch of you. I don't really expect that many of you to like necessarily follow me or anything. You don't have to. But just hanging out with me was a lot of fun. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Bad Boards. I want to look at the Reddit. I want to look at the wiki. I want to fucking... My content ban is fucking lifted. I actually kind of... I did start following a couple people on the Umineko Twitter. But I keep getting more and more, so... Must I say, what a fucking experience. I'm so excited for Disco Elysium, which I hope that I'll be able to do love... Not do love for, but to make it clear why I think Disco Elysium is a fantastic game that rivals Umineko in terms of its messaging and really just as we kind of get to do, which hopefully will be like a major thing for my streams, is just like looking at games through as art. I think that would be like the super cool thing for me. So with that being said, I will be back probably Monday, Tuesday. We'll start Disco Elysium. It'd be very cool. I'll see you all then. Goodbye.